All right, welcome everyone. We'll now bring the SBAR meeting of July 8th, 2022 called to order, beginning with item number 1, public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda for today, please step forward or raise your hand. See no attendees and no one in the audience. So we can move on to item number 2, the agenda status report.
Today, there are no changes to the agenda.
Okay. David. Item 3, the minutes from the last meeting, June 17th.
Alex, everybody. That's what I don't have a copy of.
See that?
I can bring you a copy of the minutes in the
Well, if you don't have one,
Yeah, are you able to print one?
I can.
Okay. How can you take us to an item that we can review while you're gone?
that's a good one. I can't read.
Or Kaylee could scroll.
Oh, that was good.
What? Oh no, I said Kaylee could scroll while you're gone if we need to continue moving forward. Alex Tuttle, are you with us?
I am.
Wait, down.
Okay, stay at number 1.
Yeah, that's it. That looks right.
Okay. Wait a minute, can you go back real, just keep it under right there, it's fine. Okay, yeah, good. There it is.
I think C could be worded a little bit better.
Yeah, Alex taking this on for making that edit.
What's that?
Could Alex Tuttle say he is on?
Yes.
Yeah, there was you recuse yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be providing a fully developed landscape.
Yeah. Yeah. I would say B. I would add to detailed materials palette will be critical because of the design. Because of the design used. Because of the characteristics of the design used. Okay, that. And C,
Does anyone else speak one?
Yeah.
provide
Morning.
Good morning.
more variation in planes on the north and west elevation.
Thank you for the regular.
Got that, Alex?
What was the second one? Provide more what?
Variations in plane on the what is it, west and north elevation.
Instead of looked at more undulation?
Yeah, I think undulation is a little bit odd as a,
So provide more variations in plane on the north and west elevations where possible, or take out where possible.
I- what does the rest of the board feel about that? Was it a choice? This is the one, okay, right?
Yeah,
Well, how about as feasible?
sounds good.
Nice,
Well,
good compromise.
maybe variation would be a better word than undulation.
Yeah, that one we put variation in plane, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, variation in plane. Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know if undulation is an architecture.
right,
Yeah.
well, coming out, yeah, okay. Okay, now we're moving on to.
No, we're not, we're down, we're on 4, okay. Left elevations,
Yeah, that reads strange.
Well, they weren't necessarily using east and west and north to south because they were repeat designs.
Yeah,
Maybe capitalize the E in elevations then. Left elevations.
I'm supposed to leftover elevation. How about left elevations on several designs should be improved
Yeah,
with regard to regarding window placement. Left elevation on several designs should be improved regarding window placement.
yeah. I mean, part of what was said was about the difference in the roof designs between the earlier concept that got approved by planning commission. So maybe in item C, carrying over certain fenestration details and roof lines. I mean, that was the difference. They had the big roofs covering,
right,
it was floor plan driven. And we said
yes,
that now the design, let's see.
it's very roofy. It's
Yeah,
not-
what happened, they had bigger elements covering several units.
Right.
And then they separated them, right? That's why the roofs are smaller.
Well,
Yeah.
but the original designs actually had roofs that went over rooms, like a custom home. This was just big developer roofs.
Yeah.
I mean, it read like developer plans.
Mhm.
Just put it into good grammar then.
Oh, come on.
I think you just said it a minute ago, just adding the roof aspect. to
Carrying over fenestration and
Roof
roof-
details
roof
or roof configurations.
roof
or-
configurations
From the prior.
from
design.
prior design. I mean, you know, the concept is what everybody liked,
Yeah,
and it's not that anymore.
I think that does it. And then I think E should move up to D, because that's sort of associated with C. Opportunities for varied materials to facilitate less homogeneous designs. That should be D, and then landscape plan should be at the bottom.
Yeah, yeah. I can't believe you said that.
Yeah,
On this one.
Landscape plan, landscape comments go at the end.
That's right.
At the end
Or
of
we
the
could put it at
project.
the top, then, you know. Okay, is that good?
Yeah.
Okay, item 5, item 6.
Which is this one? Which one is this one?
Oh, that was the Toro Canyon, I think.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of comments.
Yeah.
I think on letter E, not consider more earth tone material, but use. use more earth tone material.
And color.
Yeah, earth tone material and color. Oh, there's undulation again.
On D, how about address sun exposure on south elevation?
Yeah, take out study opportunities.
And that need reassurance. Do you need reassurance? Is that what we said, or are we going to eliminate the white roof? What did we say exactly?
I think it was,
Yeah, I don't think it's that we need reassurance.
Consider more tone material for roof to avoid reflectivity issues as viewed from above.
Thank you.
not consider, but
Cons-
use.
Use more earth or use earth. Okay, use earth tone material for roof in order to avoid reflectivity issues as viewed from above. That good?
Yeah.
This is not even my first language. You're doing good.
I know, thank God you're here.
Undulation again.
So
That
the
must reflect on this.
Where's A
educational
and B?
system.
it's about,
No, I think there is no A.
There's no way.
okay, nice project. That's good. Okay, so if I mean, where is it? So F needs to be connected with D. It can be combined.
Yeah,
So address sun exposure on sound elevation
areas lacking overhang.
needs further study. So that would be one.
Yeah.
Combine D and F. Okay.
Now G, that needs help.
There we get undulation.
We got
again.
it twice.
Yeah,
How about variation in roof form to reflect building layout?
yeah.
Uh,
Building
uh,
layout.
add variation in the roof form to reflect building layout.
Yeah.
And you can combine it with H because they are the same. Yeah.
Yep.
G and H, right? Yeah.
Yes, I'm a little concerned that we're saying nice project, mass bulk scale and site planning are acceptable. And then we're going through all this stuff about what's
Wrong
what's
with it?
wrong with it.
Yeah.
I almost want to take out site planning out of C and just say mass bulk and scale. I don't know, I think the scale is even off for me. I mean, I think it's really going to be visible. Just it's so long. We don't really mention the length, and we did talk about that.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's kind of where the consider separating the roof between residence and guest house came from. Oh, to break up long elevation.
Yeah, I mean, what if we just take C away for now?
Well, but we did say that. Didn't we?
Hmm.
I mean, we shouldn't change the record, right? We should.
Yeah,
Maybe
did
you
we?
won't
Did
remember.
we say that?
Did we say?
I don't remember.
I mean, if Alex wrote it down, means that we said it.
Mhm.
Alex, did we write it down? Or did we say it?
We could maybe take out the nice project was maybe just like an aside mention. I could probably take that out. If you're worrying that sort of,
Yeah, we're worried about C as well, mass
Yeah.
bulk. You're acceptable, but then we have all these issues.
We could say mass bulk scale and site planning appear acceptable, however.
With
Or we could say concept is generally acceptable.
Yeah. That's,
What is that's meaningless, isn't it?
but at least they're words, John.
Yeah,
Why don't we just say that mass bulk and steel and segment appear acceptable with the comments listed below.
yeah, that's-
But further study is required.
Okay. Appear acceptable, further study required is
Further study kind of is required, but it's kind of harsh.
how about, like I said before,
with the comments.
with the
below.
comments listed below,
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay,
because we listed all the comments, right? So
Right.
that clear.
And it starts out with, do we still have study opportunities? Because then that's saying, hey, it appears
No.
acceptable, but here's,
No, we crossed
oh, we crossed
we
it.
crossed that. Address and exposure, and then combine with the overhangs, and talk about the color of the roof,
Okay.
and we talk about the undulation of the roof, and we eliminate that,
Mhm.
and what else?
Yeah, concern with view impacts from Troll Canyon Road.
and then J, we provide studies showing views into site from different vantage points. I think we talked about photo sims, but you know,
Well, call it provide photo sim study.
yeah. I mean, that was the request, provide photo sim study showing views into the site. Okay. I think that's, seems good. Anything
Mhm.
else?
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
here's-
how about L?
There's
How about
underversion again.
talks opportunities again?
Undulation kind of makes sense there because we're talking about grade.
Yeah, it does. You know what's interesting on a conceptual review like this, letter M is saying fully developed grading plan,
No.
but it's still a concept.
Mhm.
And actually, I can see that coming up as an issue on one of the projects today, where that just further cements
Yeah.
what they want to do.
Right.
I
They already,
think it
they
should
already
be
had a grading plan,
Preliminary,
right?
right? It should be provide more taxation
And preliminary grading plan.
And yeah, I think the issue with it was that the grading plan showed one thing and the landscape plan showed another. So they just need to coordinate, and that's kind of what I'm saying.
but I think it eliminates fully developed and
Yeah,
replace
because
it with.
that makes, you know,
Yeah.
that sounds like, hey, get it
Right,
in casting
I agree.
Preliminary and
with coordination. Yeah.
so change fully developed for preliminary, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we could also just say provide more site sections and coordinate civil, architectural, and landscape sheets. Because they already had a grading plan,
Okay.
but
Okay.
I think either way would be fine. If you guys want to stick with the,
No, I think they already had
They already had
a
grading
great
plan.
plan.
they already had one, it just
Okay.
didn't match up with the landscape. And
Provide more site sections
Okay.
and coordinate civil, architectural, and landscape work or sheets.
Yeah.
That's that. Yeah.
Does that work?
Okay.
Confirm access meets fire district standards or? Okay, I think we're good.
Yeah.
All right,
I'll make a motion to approve the amended minutes.
Second.
all those in favor?
All right.
Aye. 2 abstentions, still have a quorum. Moving on, item number 4, SBAR members informational briefings. I will be absent at the next meeting. That's July 22nd.
Me too.
Anything else?
I'll be absent in whatever the first meeting is in August.
12.
Yeah, I'll be gone.
Also, Josh, Vice Chair Bloomer is not here today. Okay, all good? Okay, item 5, staff update.
Nothing for me.
Oh, I have a question. Is it true that applicants are in general going remote again, or what's the county's policy regarding COVID?
I think it's still a choice.
All right.
Yeah,
Still
so, I mean, so, I guess to be fair, when the SBAR chose to come back to hybrid meetings, I think the staff recommendation still at that time was for boards to remain remote, just in case, but we've had SBAR will be meeting for the first time in person next Friday.
MBAR?
MBAR has decided to remain remote.
Oh, it's
And-
And
and
MAR has as well. HVAC will have their second in-person meeting, hybrid meeting on Monday. County PC will have their second in-person meeting or hybrid meeting next Wednesday as well. So I think what staff is recommending is that, PC and I have a mask on. They've asked staff to wear masks indoors just because there have been, certain issues popping up as of late. And that boards consider, at least going back remote. So all I could put it on your agenda for next time, and we can have that discussion.
So we're renegades and trailblazers.
I guess we are.
Yeah.
Well, just on my way over here, they were talking about the incredible increase in cases. It's not good right now.
Mhm. Well, do we want to have that discussion? I mean, do we go back to,
Do we wear masks?
yeah,
Do we need to schedule a discussion or can we?
So I guess we can do this a couple ways. So I can put it on your so we can't really go into it today because it's not on the agenda.
Okay.
We can do this a couple ways. We can put it on the agenda and have a discussion then, or if you want to go remote, we can schedule a special hearing for you to make those findings, and so we will be remote. So it kind of just depends on how you want to handle it. We just have to keep it kind of, you can give direction to staff to kind of like do that, but we really kind of need to keep the discussion limited just because it's not on today's agenda.
Can we just have it on next time's agenda?
Yeah.
And we can discuss it then, see how it's going.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay.
Not like I want to go remote.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I'd rather
don't like it.
start with masks, but we
Yeah.
can't talk about that.
No, I don't either. I think it's much more effective when
How's everybody feeling? Okay. All right. Then I think there's no staff update aside from that, and we can now move on to the standard agenda, beginning with item number 1, the Turnpike Shopping Center overall sign plan. Request of Katie Moses from RRM Design Group, architect for the owner, Turnpike Center LLC, for further conceptual review of an overall sign plan for the Turnpike Shopping Center located at 183 South Turnpike Road in the Goleta area. Last heard May 6th of 2022. So I see the applicants here. Please state your names for the record, and then you may present and try and limit your presentation, 10 or 15 minutes. if you would.
And was that closer?
No, just see the circle one.
It's on. Okay, sorry. Well, good morning. My name is Rachel Raynor, project planner with RRM, teammate of Katie's, to just kind of prepare some intro remarks for the project. Thank you for your consideration of our sign program at the Turnpike Shopping Center along Pike Road and Hollister Avenue. As you mentioned, we last were at SBAR back in May, and we had another concept review back in February of this year.
Oh, sorry, I flipped the page. We do have comments from last time. I'll go ahead and read through those real quick, and then you can, or if you have.
Katie will respond to those in greater detail.
Okay, I'll read them for the record anyway, so we all have it. So thank you. So the comments are as follows. A, need clear description of sign package describing the different sign types and quantities. B, renderings for each location should depict maximum size being requested. Look to reduce maximum sizes. most of the sign and letter sizes appear too large. C, size of monument sign appears excessive, restudy borders. D, different font styles is acceptable, but maximum letter sizes must be somewhat consistent. E, set parameters to allow flexibility in certain cases, such as logos or single letters. F, individual pin-mounted letters could have different size limit than sign cabinet. G, bring sample photos of comparable size signs within the community. So back to you.
Thank you. Just wanted to let you know that we did provide a supplementary exhibit that that responded to comment H about sample photos. Katie or I can help pass those out or give them to you, and you can do so. Just a couple other remarks to make. Just wanted to quickly note that we have since May have resolved our planning comments with our project planner, and just hopeful that today's the latest proposal in front of you today addresses your comments from our past 2 meetings for concept, which I said Katie will dive into in shortly. And then just wanted to note that, as you're aware, there's other changes going on to the Turnpike Center, other exterior upgrades that we are working on, and new tenants in the shopping center. So just wanting to note that not having an updated side program quite yet is just causing some delays for those new tenants to occupy or have their their signage to accompany their interior improvements. So just want to stress that we're hopeful today that we can get a blessing to move forward with zoning administrator scheduling, and then of course return back to the board for preliminary and final approval. So just want to say thank you again for your comments.
Can you clarify that real quick? You say that tenants are unable to occupy the space until the
They're able to occupy it. It's just they've had to kind of either use temporary signs in the meantime until we can get this through the process. So just wanted to, of course, want to address any comments you have for us, but just wanted to highlight that that's been something that we're tackling with the property owner and the tenants on the property.
Okay.
I'll hand it over to Katie.
I'm Katie Moses, architect with RM Design Group. We've been working with the owners of Turnpike Shopping Center for a couple of years
You want to advance
to get some updates going at the center. And on that note, there's an existing overall sign program from several years ago that doesn't totally correspond with the existing architecture. So that's kind of, the tenants can use the old sign program, but it's not our advantage. With that, we've just kind of, I don't think that our kind of scope and description has changed. Signs must be submitted to the planning department and need to be owner approved. On here, we've gone through and put, you know, these have different, these are not part of our sign program and are per the county's overall ordinance. And this is just straight from county side regulations. So I'm going to jump to this sheet. We've got all of our existing tenants and addresses just for reference. And our existing site plan and notes for the different tenants. Some existing photos, those haven't changed from the last time you saw them. Our signage program summary, we've tried to update this in response to your comments. We've broken out Bonds as its own separate anchor tenant, and its existing frontage sign is currently 6 foot and 88 square feet. So we've given that one its own individual category. And then we've broken down major tenant signs, and those are noted on our last page, which tenants are able to be major. And those, the max sign height is 4 feet, but in the later sheets, you'll see the letter size is reduced. And that is based on the existing CVS signage, which is currently 4 feet and 63 square feet. And then secondary frontage for bonds. I believe this is the existing size and square footage for bonds with a secondary sign. And we've broken out an under canopy and under eave as maximum sign height and max allowable square footage. And then a tertiary sign with under canopy or projecting sign.
We can't really see. Can you blow this up like twice as big so we can really see what we're looking at? Yeah, there we go. The first, so the anchor tenant sign is, we want 6 foot letters. Is that?
I think the old sign program, I think, said 5'10" and a half or something is what the existing bonds is.
Okay.
So
As you go, can you tell us what's changed from the last time? I mean,
Yeah.
the comments were kind of curious what's different.
definitely. So minor tenant signs, I think we had 4 feet. We brought it down to 3 feet for the sign. And then on later pages, we have the letters broken down to 1'6" maximum. The under canopy, under eave, I believe was 2 feet and it's now 1'6". And these square footages, I think were 50 square feet, we brought down to 30 and 20. Secondary signs and under canopy and projecting for a minor tenant. These are the square footage maximum. Freestanding sign, I think we had 6 feet, it's now 4 feet and 52 square feet maximum.
The other signs, the ones above, what changed? You can go up the major signs.
The
Back up.
Yep.
So what has changed there?
all of these have shrank, except for the Vons. I believe we had 5 feet, this is 4 feet, and we've, for a major, which is based on the existing CVS. And we've broken down, the letters are smaller, so, which I believe we show it
So the bond sign is currently that size.
currently that size, yes.
So I have a question. Let me interrupt you because it seems like it's easier to do it now.
Yeah.
That sign is 6 feet high and it's 88 square feet as it is right now.
Interesting. Yeah, yeah. And we'll get to that on the, got it. That was just kind of an overview of the different sign types and maximum size and square footage. This site plan has where each of the different signs, we have it color coded as far as which category, what is available to each tenant. An arrow where it says 1 per tenant in that color, that is multiple depending on each enterprise in the building. So Bonds has their anchor tenant main sign and they get one, we call it a tertiary sign, which is a under canopy mounted on a trellis.
So clarification, in the bottom left, building F, which is Cody's, I believe, there are, can you scroll down just a little bit?
Yeah.
So they have, what, do they choose between a major sign or a tertiary sign, or how does that, do they get 2 on that?
They get 2, but
Or we can wait until we get there.
yeah, we'll get there. Cody's gets that's what, yeah, I think that's what they have currently. So this, a lot of it's based on what they have. Fitness 19 will only get the one major tenant. CVS gets one major and one secondary sign. Same with these. There's 3 smaller tenants right here, and they would each get the minor sign parameters and a projecting sign, which is a small wall-mounted little hanging thing, similar to the smaller tenants in building C. We gave the end caps an option to have one on the face and one on either the front or the or one on the back or one on the side for each. Similar with building B, the end cap units are able to have a both front and side per frontage. I think they get 2 frontages if they have more than 3 exposed sides. Here's the existing bonds. It's currently 88 square feet, and I think it's the drawings I found from proposed was 5 foot 10.5 letters. And so if anything's longer that has shorter letters, or they wouldn't be able to do 88 square feet if it's any more letters than bonds. So here's our parameters for that. We kept that one and we dropped this one down to 4 feet, but we added a maximum letter height of 36 inches for the major. So 3 foot maximum letter height for the major, 63 square feet is what is currently there for CVS. Fitness night.
Sorry, can I just clarify? So when you say the max height is like the 19 there, could be the 4 feet?
Yeah, a logo or the first letter could be, no, just the logo could be 4 feet. So we have the 3 foot max letter height. And I went through, I found Fairview Shopping Center and Camino Real Shopping Centers sign programs, and both had similar 3 foot max letter for major tenants in both of theirs. And I believe both were approved by the county before they were in the city. I believe that. This is 4850 Hollister Suite 101, the existing Play It Again Sports, 3 foot max letter height, 63 square feet max. Goleta Valley Optical, 3 foot max letter, logo can be 4 feet. I think they were able to work with the old sign program for that size, for that configuration, just because that existing building didn't have a good wall sign spot. It just had the mansard, so it had something hanging from the eave previously, the sign cabinet. Existing Rusty's has a 16-inch logo and 12-inch letters. 41 square feet is shown, just as an example for what's there. Cody's has about 24-inch letters, 18 square feet shown. We're not, Cody's isn't going anywhere as far as I know for quite a while. Smaller minor tenants. We have a 1'6" max letter and a 3 foot max height for the sign, which is similar to both Fairview and Camino Real. Each had 1'6" max letter and a 3 foot max sign for anything outside of the major tenants. So we show that again down here with the max. Under Canopy, I think is a slightly smaller just due to size parameters, and we've got an exhibit for that. we dropped it down to 50 square feet. This also kind of includes the secondary signs on the bigger tenants. So that would be the 50 square feet, which the smaller tenants get 30 square feet. Letter height, we have max 18 inches. We've further broken it down. There are 2 tenant spaces that don't have a great, they just don't have room for much. So we limited them to 12 square feet for their signage, which I believe is these 2 under the new trellis out there. This is another one of the future tenants that's working on their TI currently. So 1'6" max letter, 3' max height for the wall sign. This is on the Hollister side. Similar, 3' max, 1'6" max letter height. These are next to Vaughn's. They're 3 smaller tenants, previously Bladed Coffee, a nail and physical therapist. They get maximum 20 square feet and 1'6" max letter height. Plate again is moving. So there, this is the building C at the corner next to Dave's Dogs. But same parameters of 1'6" max height and 20 square feet. Dave's Dogs and the existing laundromat that we have shown. These tertiary sign under Canopy, Vaughn's gets one, I think CVS gets one. 1'6" max letter, and it will fit into these new canopy structures that we will be installing shortly under previously approved building. So Vaughn's gets one.
So the tertiary signs are the same size as the secondary? 18-inch, or was it 2 feet for the secondary?
At these locations, I think the secondary got 2 feet, and these are, I think Vaughn's, there's secondary sign on the side is 2 feet, and these are 1'6". And this is just a detail for those signs. Projecting signs, I think you guys previously like these, they have not changed. They'd be for these smaller tenants. 3 foot by 16 inches. With the, for the tenant logo and letters. Now we get to the monument sign. We tried to do it with an existing photo in all its glory with power poles. We brought it down to 9-inch letters, and I think the frame we brought down to 9 inches, and I think it's only recessed about 2 inches, so we want to get the shading. We had 2 locations. The max sign height is 4 feet. I believe it was 6 feet previously. We've noted planting shouldn't obstruct it, but we'll have some planting there. Otherwise, here's a site plan of where it is along Turnpike and Hollister. We have this existing wall that was recently installed that I think it's about 2'6" right there. So the sign will be on top of that wall. The second one will be after we come back to you guys for another redesign of the corner. There's currently a bunch of concrete here. I think the site wall existing is here with a little trash enclosure. So the owners want to kind of revamp this corner at San Simeon and Turnpike. So they're going to propose adding some landscaping and this wall, but this sign will be mounted to a wall that will match the same material that is along this wall. Oh, we've got that's the wall material. Bell guard. That's the existing corner. This detail, we've got 9-inch square tube steel frame, 9-inch letters cut out. On that, I think we added a couple of photos of two things in the city of Santa Barbara. The Target at La Cumbre and State has 12-inch letters and an 18-inch logo. The overall sign is 6 foot tall and 13 foot 4 inches wide. The Santa Barbara Plaza at the new Sprouts down there is 9-inch lettering. That is similar on a wraparound wall to what we're proposing at Turnpike. This is where I think we addressed that last comment. We've added a lot of information to this table. So the existing bonds is 38,000 square feet. They get 1 anchor, 1 secondary, and 1 tertiary, and with the maximum square footage there. 177, 179, 181 are each smaller tenants, 14 to 3,300 square feet. They each get a minor tenant under canopy and a projecting sign, which is 20 square feet and 3 square feet. Fitness 19 is a major tenant. They get 1 wall sign, that's 63 square feet. CVS gets 1 wall and 1 under canopy, 63 and 25. Our newly remodeled, what we're calling Building B, has Lighthouse Coffee. They get a minor wall sign. They get 2 since they have 3 frontages at 30 square feet each, and they get 1 projecting sign. Suite 102 also has they have that big tower in the back, so we gave them an additional one. Their frontage doesn't have a great sign spot, so they have a 20 square foot in front and a 30 square feet on that back tower fronting Hollister.
I don't think we have to go through each tenant. I think we get that picture.
Okay. There, these 2 that we noted are very small. We only gave them 12 square feet, and then currently the end cap is going to be both essentially 2 suites, so they get a north and a west sign and projecting. Similarly with Davis Dogs, we gave them south and a north or east.
I think we can see, yeah. Thank you. Is there any other things you want to address?
No, this exhibit, we had a few other signs. Bed Bath & Beyond, we found some drawings. They were 3 foot tall lettering at Fairview. Similar with Hollister Brewing Company at Camino Real. Hell's Kitchen, Sharky's. And then these were each 12 inches, but we are proposing max 18 inches.
Okay, good, thank you. Questions from the board?
I
have a question. Do you allow internally illuminated cabinets? Because I noticed that you show a lot of pin mounted and reverse channels, but do you still allow internally illuminated cabinets?
We took out cabinets in this. I think we put it, because previously these guys each had a cabinet.
Are they, is that what you have? I mean, which ones are they?
We don't have any cabinets.
You don't have any cabinets. Okay, so they're all pin mounted or reverse
Reverse channel.
or they are blades, or they are painted and on the projecting signs, right? And- okay,
We talked about the cabinets. I think they look nice when they're first put in, and they kind of get,
well, I think it's, yeah, it's a comment. I think it's a great move to get rid of the cabinet. I have a question on 21, slide 21 codes. Where is it? Oh, 21, oh, 22, I guess. There you go. Is that like a chimney or a wall or something like that? Is that what is
I think it's up there hiding some mechanical stuff.
oh, it's a mechanic, okay. And you're proposing 24-inch letters on that.
That's what's there.
That's what's there.
Yeah.
And that's not considered a roof sign, because we had some questions on other projects, the way it's supposed to be a roof sign are not allowed, or that kind of thing.
I think technically, since it's mounted on a surface,
Mhm.
it's existing.
Okay, no, I mean,
Yeah, we're not proposing changing it, but
Then back to the question earlier about, it sounded like they are allowed 2 signs on this facade. So where does the second one go?
That's the second one right there.
But it had 2 signs on 2
On
sides.
2 walls.
and two, well,
We're to each other, like-
I think the other projecting sign.
Oh, I thought it was 4 total,
Yeah,
2 on 2 different walls.
if you go back,
Two tertiary under canopy signs.
So
That would be. It would be something similar to this on here and here. We've had a very future redesign of this that had some additional canopies out front.
okay, so eventually it will have a second sign on each facade. of it.
Yeah, it'd be similar to this, and this one's in front of On's. Max 20 square feet.
I have a question, you know, that this collection that you did is very informative, and thank you for doing that. And it's interesting that some of the minor tenant signs in other locations are 12-inch letters, and they seem plenty easy to read. Why did you decide to stay 18 inches?
I think because we have some of these nicer wall spaces that are along here.
Yeah, but there's a lot of different conditions. For example, these ones that are kind of hanging below
Yeah.
the roof are different than ones that are up on the building facade where they have plenty of room.
I think we did the 18-inch max just to kind of give them some flexibility. Like these with the 12 square feet, they're not going to get much depth, and it'll be, if they can get a wider thing with 12-inch letters, but they're only going to get a shorter thing with the 16-inch.
Those are just hypothetical signs. Those
Yeah.
are.
Well, those are to scale though, right? We asked for everything on
Yeah.
scale.
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
other questions? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. I have a phone-in caller, but I assume maybe that's from a different, we don't have any requests to speak. Okay, so back to the board for comments. Ms. Frosher.
Well, I really appreciate your thoroughness. I know there's a lot of logistics to a big sign plan like this. And it's interesting, even say the Rusty's Pizza, those 12-inch letters look small on that building. They're kind of too small. But I guess what you're saying about the total square footage would probably incline most of these to go to 12-inch, because I really think that's more appropriate for these under canopy ones. But generally speaking, I think you've really analyzed all the conditions and put a good plan together. Thank you.
Mr. Pujol.
I second those comments. I think you've done a great job. And thank you for the information provided. I wonder if we can address this one by one. I mean, like we go, for instance, the monument sign, make our comments there.
Yeah.
And then we go to the major tenants and so forth. Because there are some that they're really very simple, you know, like the blade signs. I don't think we're gonna have any issues with that. The other ones, you know, I think we need a little bit more attention. We can go project the monument signs first and comment on those. Yeah, I think the monument signs are fine. I wonder if anybody, we could talk about that first, and we clear that issue, and then we will move on.
Okay, anybody have any monument sign comments?
I'm looking forward to more detail on the monument signs. I feel like I appreciate the minimalist kind of aesthetic of them, and I really appreciate the size reduction, but I think to make them really successful and not look too utilitarian with the kind of raw materials, I think they just need to have pretty clean detailing. So when they come back, just right, that would be good.
Yeah, I have a comment on. David, can you go to that illustration of the monument sign that's on the corner?
With Lighthouse Coffee.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that well, you really can't see it so well in this illustration, but I think that the amount of space between the bottom line, which says center, and they should be equal on the top. You know, the proportions are a little off. There's a better illustration of the sign. There you go. See, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, do have shadow. Have shadow there also, so it really looks scrunched up.
yeah, so I think that distance should be the same on the bottom as it is on the top. I mean, I think that looks a little out of scale, squash there.
It looks crowded a little bit. Yeah.
Good.
Is there a problem with making it 6 inches taller, or you run into some other issues? Just asking.
I think we brought it down
Right.
a little more.
So, yeah, I think if we could give good positive comments about the size of the sign and the letter size, and then they can get an approval by that goes to the city, the zone administrator, right? So we can work the details of these little signs on the next round,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So I think they should be like the
So you would-
support of
You'd
the,
be okay with doing 4'6" sign and
I don't know.
on the letters, or?
Can you go back to the
The letter size looks good, especially with the reference photo of the Santa Barbara Plaza being 9 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just that the top band looks heavy on the letters.
That photo reads really dark.
Does, I think, time of day, I think you got to get out there in the morning.
Yeah, the proportions of
better
the
if
other
it's-
monument sign are correct. I mean, it looks good. But then this one still seems a little awkward.
Okay.
just to give direction, would you want to change the size of the letters, the size of the sign, or just a minor redesign of the interior?
I think you could just basically increase the size above turnpike by like 3 inches and they would probably solve the problem.
Means the sign goes taller.
Which would mean either the sign could grow taller or it could go
Lower
down because you have 10 inches, right? Between the bottom of the core 10 and the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so that's all.
So however, you know,
You're looking for equal spacing on the top and bottom of the letters.
yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, also that's a 9-inch square tube.
Yeah.
I wonder if it were 8-inch.
We brought that down in 8-inch square tube and we have a lot of 10-inch square tube on like canopies, so I think we were trying to get it. But I don't think 8-inch would. I think 8-inch.
Okay.
I think we should give positive comments to this sign with minor adjustments
Yeah.
for final.
I agree.
Okay, and let's just move on because,
Yes.
you know,
It's taking
okay.
too long.
All right, let's go to the next one. Is the major.
Wait, so sorry, I'm not quite sure what the take home is with the monument sign.
The board likes it, just minor adjustments to the spacing
Above the,
above the word
Letter.
turnpike. That's it.
But the board.
The size and the size of the lettering is acceptable.
Yes.
They just increase the,
Yeah, for the zoning administrator, really the
Yeah.
important thing is the size of the sign, the signs of the letters.
Yeah.
right.
The
And
type.
then- Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
there's ways they can either lower the space at the bottom, decrease the steel tube, there's options.
Yeah.
Is everyone okay with the lighting, the ground mounted? Like,
The lighting comes from the tube, right, down, is that it?
it's a ground.
No, I think
It's a ground level, showing up. I think it's fine. Yeah.
It's uplighting, that could be a problem.
Yeah.
Unless there's a specific allowance for that with signs, generally in Eastern Galeta Valley, you can't have uplit.
What about side light? Why not interior light it so the letters light up?
Well,
Or-
they have to get bigger, right? They
With
probably have to
the-
get bigger and change the quality of the sign. I mean, they have a rustic sign with curtain and so forth.
Can
Yeah,
it be in a channel, like, since there's a reveal under the tube seal?
We just do this
Ship.
there. That I think would be.
I would recommend that. I think it's gonna be most visible.
Yeah, as long as it wouldn't create weird shadows or anything.
That corner is pretty well lit anyway.
Yeah. You could also have something from the top pointing in, but that's kind of ugly.
yeah, but that's not the quality. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got, okay, so it will not be uplighted, right? Is that okay?
No uplit.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Let's move
I mean,
on.
the zoning administrator could look at that and, have the lighting resolved for prelim final, but
I think let's leave it up to them then. I
Okay.
think we're okay with this. I don't really consider it an uplight. It's sort of, it'll be
Directional.
pointed at the sign and there won't be much in the way of overspill. So I think,
Shield or.
yeah, it might be, consider shielding the lights to avoid any uplight scenario. But I think it would look better the way you've called it out, because if you put an LED strip against the sign, it's each individual bulb's gonna read, and it's not gonna be a nice wash that you're expecting unless you really push that
It might be more
cantilever
of a
out
reveal.
more. Yeah,
Mhm.
so I think we'd actually prefer the way you've indicated it if it's allowed by the zoning
Right.
administrator
And if
or
it's
okay.
for the.
shielded.
I'll just say lighting to be shielded to avoid spillover.
Yeah.
Let's go to the, I guess the first one is the anchor sign, right?
Right.
Anchor tenant. And that's the one with, what page is that?
That's bonds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's, to me, that's
What page is
fine.
that?
It's already existing.
No,
Works
but
okay.
yeah, right,
I agree
but
that it's
but
fine
it's not,
But-
yeah, but we're approving not what's existing.
Right.
It can be legal non-conforming, it can stay there, you know, for any of these signs, they can be legal non-conforming, they would be fine, if they have permits.
Right.
But we're proving something in perpetuity.
Yeah, if there's
And they
another,
will not come to us or to any other body, they will just resolve it internally.
got it.
And that's the, okay, yeah, and these are internally, this is not reverse channel, right? These are internally illuminated
Internally illuminated.
signs.
Yeah.
Is there a photo of this?
Yeah, it's on page 12.
Okay.
Square footage max is kind of key. 'Cause
Yeah, right. Because
This is the whole
if
case
they're
we can
replaced, obviously someone's probably gonna have a longer name.
So, right, well,
Actually,
even Ralph's is 6 letters instead of 4, right?
Yeah.
The apostrophe.
So they
and all
get
that,
shorter.
yeah. Can you enlarge that? Yeah. And also the thing I don't like about this is from the 90s. You have these bulky letters. They are like, I don't know, 6 inches
The depth,
deep,
yeah.
and they have all that stuff. Just to perpetuate this kind of signage, you know. I think if they are reverse channel or pin mounted or something else, what you're having on the other signs would be more acceptable. I don't know. That's almost like an internally illuminated cabinet, which you are thankfully you are discarding and you're not. So, so
As well, in January, they're gonna start dressing up this facade.
I can hear you.
In January, this facade they're moving forward with the previously approved design.
But I mean, I think the sign is huge. You know, all signs that you're showing are at the most 3 feet. There are no signs this size. You know, it's not terrible because it's an internally seen sign that you really don't see this from the street, I think, right? You just have to get in there in order to see it. I mean, you can be more flexible with that. I just don't like to perpetuate this kind of boxy letters. You know,
Is there any limitation put on the depth on any of your signs?
No,
Because we could do that,
Yeah.
say 3 inch instead of 6, whatever it is.
Whatever they are. I mean, I'm saying 6. I'm not sure what they are, but they are pretty
It might be
significant.
more than that.
Because they used to have a neon sign in there, right? Like that's why they need more of becoming. New technology makes this obsolete, and
Right.
so that's
In the drawing that you have of what's going to be built, it almost looks like there's more space to fit the sign, and the sign is moved down with the lighting above it.
Yeah.
Look at it on page 18.
yeah, I think we're framing a little bit more.
On page 18, the scale of it on that facade
Looks
than
better
than what it
than the
does here.
reality.
Existing.
Because I think there's less space here than what is in the
Bringing
future.
down underneath the existing is coming down further. So you will have more space.
Page 8.
I think
There,
we're bringing this down a little bit is really.
in the other one, it looks like it's scrunched into the top of the space.
Yeah.
And is that lighting above?
That'll be new lighting.
So they won't be.
It's up to them.
now.
I mean, to me, that looks appropriate.
Are you planning to reuse or proposing to reuse that sign, or do a new one that resembles the old one? What's the?
I think the owner will reinstall it, the existing signage. It'd be up to the tenant to write anything new.
I mean, especially if you have sign, you have lights from above. You know, it doesn't really need to be internally illuminated, right? I mean, if you
Are those lights intended to light up the sign, or is it just sort of a decorative element?
Both, I think.
I mean, if it's an approved sign, okay, I guess they can keep it, but for the sign program, I would like to see something different. You know, in this
I think
location.
putting the comment to not allow the internal illumination.
Yeah,
And probably, I mean, height reduction, right?
Mhm.
6 feet is massive. I'd say 4.5 feet max, because the largest we're seeing anywhere else is 3 feet. You know, Bed Bath and Beyond is huge, and that's only 3 feet. 6 feet, that's double. So I would almost say 4.5 foot max, and
And a limit on the depth.
yeah, and the limit on the depth, like what, 4 inches maybe,
maybe less.
maybe less.
And not entirely illuminated. I think provide lighting like that. I think that's, sounds like a reasonable thing. It looks more like a country style with the siding. It's more like a
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
Western Goleta kind of thing.
Ride your horse on up to that.
yeah, almost agricultural. So maximum 3-inch depth, maximum 4.5 foot height.
Yeah,
And then what about the square footage?
So I mean, at 4 feet, 88 would be, it would be what, like 40, 20 feet or something, with 20 some feet long. It's has to go down. It has to shrink.
I mean, we could
It has to,
remove this anchor and just make them all be major with 4 feet
Mhm.
max and
Mhm.
63 square feet.
Yeah,
at 4 feet.
yeah, so then it would be max 63 square feet and
Which is-
4 foot.
It would be 15 feet plus. Yeah. That makes some sense. Yeah.
Wait, sorry, you lost me. Approve the Vaughn sign, but all the rest would be smaller?
No,
No.
If Bonds comes back to redo their,
Or-
sign, it needs to adhere to
The
the,
major,
is that,
So
Yeah.
removing the anchor.
we're
category.
removing the anchor description completely. So no more max 6 foot.
got it. So any future signs, it would be the major category.
because how many majors do you have? I guess Bonds was an anchor.
it's the red arrows.
Okay, Cody's
So the,
CVS.
wait, the,
Ends up being,
watch out. What you're saying is that the size is 4 feet, but the letter is 36. I think you want a 48-inch letter. For
48-inch letter for the anchor.
I think that's what you're, I mean, I'm trying
Yeah.
to help you out.
That's true. 3 feet less, 3 foot letters on bonds would be
I'm trying to,
Okay.
it seems like,
So keep anchor, but
the anchor, yeah.
I think
but-
that's-
4 foot, keep it 4'6".
Short word. So it doesn't
Yeah.
compare to something like this where it's a long.
Bed Bath.
Yeah, like CVS pharmacy.
Yeah,
is,
right.
You know,
I think I would be fine with it if you want a 4 foot
foot six.
for the anchor, a 4 foot letter for the anchor.
Okay.
Right? Because the other ones have a 3 foot letter
Mhm.
height.
Do you want to give our square footage?
Well, at 4 feet, it would be, at 4 feet, I would keep the same square footage, 63, that would give it 15 feet plus. It seems reasonable.
I think probably from
So you better
mark.
Clarify for Alex Tuttle, because we just changed it again.
Okay, but let's try and wrap this up.
Okay, well, all right, so we are on the anchor sign to be 4 foot letter with 63 feet square foot maximum. That was the anchor. Let's move
I
on
thought
to
it was not 4.5, but 4.
Or
4 feet. Yeah,
So
Three-
same as the major then.
right. And
The depth is 3 inches.
3 inches and not an internally illuminated letter.
So Alex, the difference between the anchor and the major is that
Letter
the
size.
anchor can have 48-inch letter height. And the major has 36-inch letter height.
Because there's 2 categories, sign height and letter.
Yeah.
Okay, but when we go to
Okay.
the
that would
the
include a logo.
let's go to the second one, the may, yeah, okay, yeah, wait, you're going, yeah, any of those. So if it's 4 feet, what would that be? Would that be a cabinet? Would it be painted, what would that be? When you're showing there at 4 feet, what is that? Well, any of them.
We said aluminum channel letters. White halo lit LED. Is our preferred materials. I think we might have options above.
It's not internally lit. Cut the lettering out.
I mean, I'll tell you what I would not like to see. It's a big cabinet with the light coming through and that thing
And
painted
then
in
it's 4
red.
feet high. Yeah,
That, it's just
I'm
not.
sure you just have an overriding comment that says no.
No
internal
cabinets.
Cabinet.
yeah,
Yeah.
No internally illuminated cabinets
right,
in this program.
right. Because, yeah, the way you've drawn it there is fine.
Are we okay with that then, with the,
Yeah,
okay, what are the others?
wait a minute.
Wait, you're going too fast. Okay, what are these guys? What is,
This is still under the major tenant category.
oh, so there are two categories. Some are 36 inches high and some are not. How does that work?
Yeah, when you have
These were just exhibits showing what's existing. It'd still be under,
Right, but could Cody's come in and do a 3-foot high letter?
yes, so that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Looks like there's room.
not room there.
No, well, that is definitely too big and it's also in such a prominent space.
Yeah,
It is, I don't think it's acceptable, even at 24-inch letters. I don't see that.
You know, I think that the Cody sign should have a border on the top and on the side, so it looks as if the sign is painted on the building instead of a placard that's fixed to the building. You know, it looks like an applique now, and I think if it had a border on the top and bottom to match, you know, say the roof color, it would, you know, give the impression that the sign is painted on the building.
Can I ask a question for the future plans for this? Does the roof line change like it did for the other?
I think we would give it a spot for a proper sign was the idea.
Then I think this one is just grandfathered in and then we need to review the proposed plans for it for the signage program.
Well, we would be for major tenant.
Yeah.
So that's what we need to be looking at, not
This
one
is-
that's existing. What
Just as a-
could be here is what we were looking at, which if you go back up, right, let's look at the major tenant allowable sizes. So Rusty's could get a lot bigger, it looks like.
Mhm.
And then, you know,
but yeah, I mean,
4
that's,
foot, 3 foot maximum. So 4 foot max height means the logo could be 4 feet.
right.
And then, but the
3 foot.
letters can only be 3 feet. And is that even too much?
If that fits within the square footage.
Right.
I guess that's my point. I don't think we should be reviewing the signage like we're grandfathering it in. I think
Right.
that piece should probably get taken out and replaced with the proposed.
Okay.
If there is.
We don't have a concrete proposed one currently yet.
Yeah, I don't think it should look like we're approving that sign, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, are we looking at the existing sign at Cody's?
That's what we were
Yes.
looking at.
That's what we were looking at.
But
But it
they're
doesn't
allowed
conform
to
new signage.
they're allowed to increase the code. Sign.
Yeah.
So,
This is also a major sign, major is that, you see, this one looks small. I mean, it looks.
yes, but they can have up to 63 square feet, so they can increase up to 3 foot letters,
Yeah.
or in this case, it might be. you
They have
know,
a long name.
20
That's their
inch.
luck.
Right. So let's go back up to major and
And then there it shows 35 square feet. You can imagine that the 63 would be ridiculous there, in that space, so it doesn't fit, right? Or,
well, the logo would be smaller.
oh, wait a second, what is 35 in that drawing? Is the
35, I think, is what the
With the
I see.
letter, yeah.
Well, 63 is the whole thing.
63 is the
box.
rectangle red box.
So thoughts
Okay.
on max letter height for major tenant? To me, I think that's 3 is too much. I would go 30 inches or even 2 feet.
This is major tenant.
This is major tenant.
Major tenant. It was
How many of
pretty consistent with Fairview and Camino Real, I think.
how many of those do you have of the major tenants?
Fitness 19, CVS. Building D currently is going to be 2 Goleta Valley Optical on one side and 2 Eden on the other.
About 8 or 10 or what? I mean,
Hoodies and Rusties would each. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6?
6.
6
I
tenants.
think
Tenant.
the
8
square
signs.
footage is key. I think that I think beyond in the reference photos looks massive because the square footage is obviously
Yeah, more.
huge.
Yeah, it's
But then when they reduce it to like Sharky's had to stack their lettering
Right.
because of the square footage, it brings it into proportion. So I think we should review that as much as this.
Okay, so what is the major 63 square feet?
So could we go back to what?
Let's do CBS or Fitness 19. Yeah, either one. That's pretty much as big as it would get.
So it's 63, 3-foot maximum, and a logo can go to 4 feet. That that's big. That it's in the big size.
So
What's that F in fitness? Is that 3 feet or 2?
to be honest, I don't know. It looks like it's about, it looks more like 2 feet. It's about halfway in the red box.
The red circle.
Yeah, half the size of the woman below, right? Yeah, that's about 3 feet.
the logo is 4 feet. What are we looking at?
No, it's bigger than 3 feet.
The red circle behind me.
Yeah, and then 1 and the 9 are about 3.
Okay. Yeah,
Are you okay with that, or take 6 inches off of each of them? Alex, you're the
Yeah.
sign expert.
I'll go with it. I go with it. Yeah, all right.
Okay.
I think it's not going to be a cabinet. It's going to be not internally illuminated letters, right? It's going to be a pin, a backlit pin mount. Yeah,
Or there's
reverse
lights
channel
up above there too.
or the light coming on top. Okay, so we have to make sure those conditions are there, and then the sign can get bigger. I think. You know,
Okay.
in my opinion, I don't know.
No, well, that's good.
All right.
Got it, Alex?
Okay.
Tuttle?
So for the major tenant, their proposal is acceptable.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
One second.
So then we go
Now,
to,
what about Cody?
Cody's, if you're looking for a permit for an existing sign, or that sign doesn't need a permit and it's just kind of like,
It doesn't need a permit, it's existing.
what, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It doesn't need a permit, it's existing. Was
Yeah, but a
We
sign,
approve a sign when they bring
Yeah,
the
it's-
building in front of us. It
it's,
seems irrational to try to analyze the size of a sign on a building that hasn't been proposed yet.
right. I think it's a sign, if there is 36-inch letter, I mean, that
Yeah,
a
we're
sign in
approving
there that would not work.
the opportunity for
It
them
would be-
to.
I guess we should say that Cody's
Without knowing what the building is going to be.
signs above a roof or a chimney on
We'll come back eventually with a building design and that would be give place for.
We won't be able to change the
Sign.
sign size, will we?
I think on this one, we should say, instead of example signage, it should say existing non-conforming. And new signage would need to adhere to the new signage program. I don't think
Which-
you should be reviewing,
Yeah.
Which would be too big.
Which would be too big.
but in that location, we
Yeah,
wouldn't
that-
be approving that type of location for it because we're not allowed. to
Right.
signage.
It doesn't exist, the legal, it would be a legal non-conforming.
Yeah.
We would not approve a sign. I would consider, I'm not sure what the definition is, but that looks to me like a roof sign. I mean, it's on
yeah,
top of the
that-
roof, you know. it's-
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
there should be language in there that says, no roof signs will be approved in the future.
Yeah.
Okay with that, Alex Tuttle?
And your redesign of this will have some kind of a gable facade in
Well,
place for.
So I'll just say existing legal non-conforming signs to adhere to new signage requirements
Yeah, and
and no new roofs, which precludes roof signs.
Yes.
That's just in county.
Yeah, that's county code.
Good. Okay, what's the next category?
Secondary and minor.
Okay, the secondary, what do we have here? These are painted, it looks like a painted sign on a wall or on the board. What is that?
They're like cutouts. They're just like pin mounted.
Yeah, pin mounted letters.
Speak out because we're going to approve that. What is it that you're asking for? Pin mounted letters or
Yes.
pin mounted letters?
Mounted letters.
If not to exceed 18. Okay, I'm fine with that. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, we're okay with,
maximum 30 square feet.
okay.
Right,
Pin mounted as presented. Okay.
right. But then when
Lighting
you get
above.
to the other, you have a bunch of minor.
But that's kind of the same category as this, which is
Right. See
I think
those?
on this exhibit, it might just be how it's rendered, but the signs seem like they come down to be centered in the space. They're not located over the doors. I think it's
yeah, it's probably based on where our columns are.
signage would be centered in the space.
Centered at this.
I'm sure they do, I'm sure they do that.
So see,
Looks off the way it's presented.
the 18-inch seems large to me.
Yeah.
In this condition, when it's up on the building facade, it's different than hanging or mounted right over where you're walking.
Wall mounted can be 1'6" and hanging can be 12.
Yeah, because again, your exhibit here is real helpful. There's a lot of 12-inch minor tenant signs and they're totally easy to read. And they're 12-inch.
They're also on smaller spaces with the sign.
No. Like the Ichiban Sushi and
Yeah, it's smaller. But I think it was what?
Yes, I think we can,
Wall mounted.
Wall mounted.
Allowed, otherwise hanging 12-inch.
Okay.
Right, okay,
Maximum size. Yeah. yeah.
right, for the letter size.
other size.
Got it? What's next? Is that it?
We got that, Alex? Tuttle?
Yes, I think so. So wall mounted lettering to be 18 inches,
Maximum.
maximum hanging lettering to be 12 inches.
So these guys right there
would be 12-inch.
Be 12.
12-inch.
Mhm. Okay, what else do we have?
Is it hanging the technical term or are those considered
Or canopy.
Under canopy.
under canopy signs? Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. And then.
Which is different from this one.
Tertiary. Now, those are under canopy too, but they're a third level.
Yeah.
Right? So couldn't they be 12-inch also? Or,
It will be the same, basically.
All under canopy,
Mhm.
secondary or tertiary.
Okay, so all, yeah,
Okay, what else do we have? Then we have blade signs, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Projecting signs.
Projecting signs, okay. And those, they look pretty innocuous.
I like them.
Yeah. I
yeah,
think
they're fun. I always like those.
Yeah,
They're good, more pedestrian friendly.
yeah,
yeah. it seems fine.
perfectly fine, yeah.
So,
Okay, we support those.
Okay. Back to the monument sign.
I think it could be large. It's only 44 feet, you know.
What?
Project, the projection.
Projecting, I think they're 3'4".
Just out of curiosity, why so small? That you don't need anything better?
They're going on just these smaller spaces.
Okay, all right,
I think that seemed kind of proportional.
okay. Anything else?
Have we given direction? That's clear for changing?
Okay. All right, well, so that, do we need a motion or anything? No?
No, don't need a motion. So let me just review what I got here just to make sure I'm good. Project has responded well to prior comments. No internally illuminated cabinet signs. Monument sign have equal space above and below lettering. Size of sign and lettering size are acceptable. Lighting to be shielded to avoid spillover. Anchor tenant sign recommend for.
Alex?
Yeah.
Audio, so just give us a minute. Actually, we can hear you, so go ahead but rewind about 27 seconds.
No internally illuminated cabinet signs. Monument signs have equal space above and below lettering. Size of sign and lettering size are acceptable. Lighting to be shielded to avoid spillover. Anchor tenant sign recommend 4-foot maximum letter height, no internal illumination, and maximum 3-inch depth. 63 square foot total. Major tenant signs, proposal is acceptable as presented. Secondary minor tenant signs, pin mounted lettering at proposed sizes is acceptable. Wall mounted lettering to be 18 inches maximum, under canopy hanging signs to be 12 inches maximum. All under canopy signs to have 12-inch maximum heights. Projecting signs acceptable as proposed. And lastly, existing legal non-conforming signs to adhere to new signage requirements, which precludes roof signs.
Been replaced.
Good?
Sounds good.
You know,
So return for preliminary final approval after decision maker action.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Alex.
Okay, well, thank
Okay,
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work. I know it's very difficult. I
Yeah.
understand it.
There are a lot of players involved.
Yeah.
Do I have a motion to adjourn? You win. All right, moving on. Anyone like to break?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item number 2. Sorry. Item number 2, the Vampola alterations, a request of Joe Stoyer, agent for Stephen Vampola, for conceptual review and preliminary approval of the interior and exterior remodel of the existing residence. A new covered patio of approximately 686 square feet, a new second floor deck of 656 square feet, and replacement of the existing driveway. This is a 1.06 acre parcel located at 970 Monte Drive in Hope Branch. First time hearing this. We have the applicant here. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I am Joe Stewart with Studio 4 Design Group.
Hi, Joe. So, yeah, whenever you're ready, just show us what we're looking at and try and limit your presentation to 10-ish minutes, 10 to 15.
I can probably make it quicker. Chuck, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, that's Chuck McClure. Could we just go to the photo sheet real quick, just so we can start there?
Or you mean like on the plans?
That is not my photo sheet. I'm at my photo sheet in the plans.
Where are
I think
they?
it's the last page.
Yeah. Right there. All right, so this is Hope Ranch, so you can see what we're dealing with here. This house has been sitting there for quite some time because it has several challenges, including site limitations and some setbacks and variance issues. So there's a very small area that we can actually build on. So if you look at the upper left photo, you can see that's where you can see it from the street.
Zoom in.
And then as we go across, that's, I mean, that's all self-explanatory. And then you can see looking south from the site, that's about the only place that you're ever going to see this house from, other than that snapshot from the street. And that is horse corrals down there. And then as you look out, if you scroll down, looking north from the site, that's looking back down towards that street shot that we had earlier. You really can't see anything. And then looking east from the site is that middle photo, and there's no residents up there. And then you can see looking west past the pool, there's nothing over there either that you can see. So I just wanted to give you some site context. So then, sorry if we can go all the way back to the site plan, which should be sheet number 4. Yeah, so if you zoom in on that, so we are keeping the existing footprint except for a little pop out at the entrance, and I will show you why in a bit. But if you look right, going right through the existing house is the 75-foot setback. So obviously they couldn't build there. And then there's, because of the slope of the site, we get to the 60-foot setback with a 20% reduction. And then the original project had a setback variance to 50 feet. So you can see all 3 of those lines there. Okay, so that's the challenge that we have, which is one of the driving reasons why we wanted to keep everything within the footprint. So if we go, let's just, I guess, keep going down the plan. So there's the existing first floor. So it's an existing 4-bedroom house with all the bedrooms upstairs. The living space is kind of an L shape. We are just going to change that a little bit. So that's the demo plan. We can go upstairs. So that's where all the bedrooms are. And then you can move to our proposed plan. So you can see at the entry, that's the only place where I'm changing the footprint. And that's just to give us a little bit more room at the bottom of the stairs. So that's it. We are changing. So we're adding a guest bedroom downstairs and then making it 3 bedrooms upstairs, which you'll see in the next sheet.
The covered patio is new also, right?
Correct. Yes. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. There's an existing covered patio that's, I forget exactly how big, but it's 60 square feet or something like that. And then I'm just continuing to wrap that around. So you'll see at that second floor, just, yep, wait. Scroll back down to the second floor. You can see the deck wraps around there. And then above the existing garage, I'm actually creating a deck, and you'll see how this unfolds. If we go to the next sheet. Oh, sorry, that's roof plan. Next. So this is the existing versus new. So can we zoom out so we can see both? Okay, so the real challenge with that 50-foot variance is in going back and forth with Kimberly McCarthy, that even though there was very little verbiage in the actual variance, it was kind of a volume variance more than a front yard setback variance. So it was really tricky to get this corner to actually work for an entrance other than what they had. And I think maybe that's what drove the weird 2-pitch roof on the existing house. So I went through several iterations on this and ended up having to go flat in that area. And that kind of inspired me to go a little bit, obviously more contemporary. So you can just kind of see how this is going. And if you want to just scroll through. So that's the backside that looks down on that property. That's the horse property. So they would be looking up the hill at this. This is the rear of the house that has the majority of the covered deck, covered patio.
So what's the height comparison there?
Of the overall building?
Yeah.
I'm about 1.5 feet lower. So I've got the heights on there. So there's, if you could zoom in a little bit. You can see the heights on both. So that's 22.9 on the original. and 21.9 on the proposed.
And so now planning's working all right with your variance problems.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The planning is okay with your solution. for
Yes,
the-
yeah, she was surprised that I could actually find a solution.
Oh, you know you were also a mathematician and magician.
You're right, right.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, let's keep moving. I mean, I think we see pretty clearly what you've done.
Yeah, so that's the front that you would see kind of the right-hand corner from the street, from that, you know, about 10 or 12 feet below on the street. I mean, again, it's all self-explanatory. So a lot of it was, one, fixing the building, staying in the footprint, and because it's a relatively small building and the site's usable space is relatively small, we kind of tried to maximize the outdoor space. So being able to change the pitch above that garage gave us some outdoor deck space there. So I think we've added a lot to the outdoor experience for this house.
Good.
Let's
Can we
keep going.
move to the landscape? I think we understand the architecture.
Yeah, I can take you through the landscape. So there's the L1 sheet. That's just a tree protection. There's a lot of oaks. This site's mostly slopes, as you were probably noticing. So anyway, that we can move on from that sheet. We're just taking care of our existing oaks. And this is the planting plan. And it's pretty shady on the main slope down to Monte because of the oaks. And then right off the back side of the house, the south, it just immediately turns to slope. So we're redoing the driveway, bringing a paver driveway in, and then redoing some paving at the entry. And then we're doing some new a deck. That's a deck slightly cantilevered out. You can see that the top of slope line, and then that's a seat wall that's kind of acting as something for the deck to rest on. So there's a masonry element there, and then that's a deck, and then new concrete around the patio, and a little water feature, and outdoor barbecue area. And then all the plantings are mostly native and of course in WHELO compliance. So we can move on from that sheet. And there's a fire. I'm sorry, that was a fire pit, not a water feature. So we have a fire feature out near the pool, and then we have a couple of concrete elements that just they're just markers. Like, well, I guess basically one's a light, and there's an alternative for a pot with the light. So there's just a couple of lighting options, and then we're going to have. I'll just redo the pool deck and the pool coping and the plastering's all going to be, we can move on from that sheet.
All right, before we do, Chuck, where are those masonry?
Okay, we can go back to the site plan,
How many? Yeah.
and you might notice the mailbox too, because I'll show you where that is, of course.
The landscape plan.
Landscape, L1 or L2.
Yeah. Down one more.
So let's see. I guess I'm showing it on, well, I can show you here, like down at where it says Monty Drive at bottom, that's the mailbox. And then as you come up the driveway, right as it widens into the motor court on right and left side are these two concrete blocks. Those are the features that I was showing, yeah. And then up near the front door, there's another one.
Okay, so like 3.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
They're just kind of monuments with lights and they kind of take some of the building out into the landscape a little bit. So then where were we? I guess we were on L4 or?
Yeah, I think we can keep going. L4.
Oh, that just shows there's a little bit of, well, there's a special fence by the pool. There's some permeable paving in the motor court. And then since we can't do the permeable on the slope, we have by the same material by Belgard, we'll have a paver driveway and permeable where we can. And then you can see that deck. There's a section through the back showing how that seat wall kind of acts as that's something for the deck to rest on. And we can keep going. And then lighting, there's just a few down lights. That's, the extent of what we can do. And they're super low wattage and whenever I come to Hope Ranch, it's dark. Whenever I come to a question about one LED, two LED, I'm always staying to the minimums on the bulbs in situations like this. And we can keep moving. Is that it? Oh, no. Well, I think I go on to do Huilo and, well, there should be more plans.
Yeah, they didn't get, through the LUP, they didn't get the final set apparently for this. So there
Well,
are,
we have irrigation and,
Yeah.
and all the Huilo stuff.
Okay, well, you're here for conceptual and preliminary, so I think it's probably sufficient.
All right.
can I say one more thing real quick?
Yes.
I don't know if it holds any sway, but I just wanted to let you guys know if you didn't get any of the paperwork from that, is that Hope Ranch BAR and their board was really excited about this project. So I don't know if that holds any sway, but just want to let you guys know.
Okay, it doesn't, but we really appreciate it. No, I'm just kidding. All right, thank you for your presentation. Back to the board for questions. Anyone?
I have a couple of questions. How are you doing the big parking requirements for Hope Ranch? But do you have, what do they want, like 7 spaces or something? How many spaces do you have?
There's 3 in the garage and then 1 adjacent to the garage.
And that's enough?
Yeah.
And the fire department?
No, the parking requirements in Hope Ranch are 6 spaces.
Yeah.
Plus, if there's a guest house, it requires an extra space.
Okay, well, I will have to look at that. They approved it as it is, so.
Well, it's planning, not.
It might.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And then has the fire department blessed this?
What if you get parallel parking?
They have not reviewed this yet, no.
Okay, so those are.
It might be legal, it might be conforming because it's not a big addition, right? They're not having any major square footage, right?
We're just adding that pop out at the front.
Might
Well,
be.
yeah, just know the fire department always has an opinion.
No, I mean parking. Okay,
Okay, well, the question has been asked.
Okay.
Other questions?
The existing pool is staying and it holds water for all these years.
Yeah, it needs to be renovated.
Okay, but it's in the same shape.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hope Ranch is actually allowing them to do some of that work on the pool right now.
Okay, so just to, not to conflate Hope Ranch approval with county departmental approval, but I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yes, they are just allowing them to get it so it doesn't become ruined because it was empty and just sitting there and destroying all the equipment. So they were just allowing them to kind of limp it along.
What are you doing for fencing for the pool?
We have a chain link. If you like, we can stay on this plan. The lighting shows it. What about east of the garage? There's that one extra parking space. A piece of fence comes right off of there, and if you could scroll up just a tiny bit.
Oh, by the way.
So anyway, the fencing comes off the east facade of the home about halfway back, and it follows the property line to the south. And then about 15 feet down slope, a 5-foot chain link fence snakes around. You can see the pool equipment there on the slope. And then if you scroll down, we'll see how that terminates.
So it's enclosed with the fence.
So then you can see the fence swinging around that gravel area. And then it ties back into our special fence along the pool and ties back into the home near the west front, northwest facade there. So it's all secured.
Other questions? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, step forward or raise your hand.
Chair, what I would suggest is we try to figure out who our *6 on your phone. Just let us know which item you're here for. So the number over 310. So again, if you're joining us via telephone, if you could unmute yourself, just let us know which item you're here for. You hit *6 on your phone to do so.
Yeah. All right, thank you. So back to the board for comments. Mr. Richards.
I think it's great to see a home like this be rebuilt and something that's going to be nice. But so the landscape plan looks great. I support all the moves here. So happy with it. I don't have anything to contest.
Okay. Ms. Grubb.
I agree with those comments. I would take one closer look at the detailing of the mailbox and the masonry lighting details, just to make sure they tie in with architectural style a little more. I think we're good.
Okay. Mr. Verdiak.
Looks like a good job to me.
Mr. Peugeot.
Agree with the comments.
Ms. Frocher, yeah.
I agree. I think it's a great solution to a poor, tired house.
Okay, I think, and then just the only comment being to, we'll see what happens with the fire department if there's any changes to the site plan.
And with the parking too.
Yeah, with the parking.
Because that could affect their layout there.
Right.
quite a
So
bit.
this is for preliminary approval, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so what happens if we give preliminary and then they have to completely change the layout of the driveway to accommodate parking and all that? How would that mean they'd have to start over? Or,
This has a planning a sign. Here it says Kathleen Volpe.
it's been assigned.
In
Yeah.
a sign and she must.
Is
have-
there is there a memo in the file?
I don't think there was.
Okay, I think my guess is it was mistakenly agendized for concept and preliminary, since this is the first time you've heard it.
I'll confirm that with the planner. That was her intent.
Okay, that it was supposed to be for conceptual.
No, how it is.
Oh,
Oh,
and
okay. Is there a memo?
No, we didn't do one.
Well, in that case, I offer to continue this for preliminary and final on consent. And if something happens, it will not be approved, right? Otherwise, they can move on with whatever they have.
okay, well,
With the condition that it meets all zoning requirements.
so what if it does change the layout? I'm kind of tempted to say full board.
Yeah, I
Preliminary,
think it
final.
could come back
And we need
preliminary,
materials
final,
and all
full board.
Yeah, and then it could go fast too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So return for,
Preliminary,
is
final.
it further conceptual / prelim final? In case it changes drastically, or does it really matter?
Just say prelim final should be fine.
Prelim final on with full board with the aforementioned comments. Okay, good, nice work, guys. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 3, the Williams edition, request of Paul R. Zink, architect for Victoria Williams, for further conceptual review of a 211 gross square foot addition to the existing single family dwelling and a 425 square foot addition to the existing 2-car garage. This is located at 2760 Torito Road in Santa Barbara, and last heard, what is that? October 15th of last year, 2021. Is the applicant here? Please state your name or names for the record.
My name is Paul Zink. I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
So Paul, I have just 2 comments from last time, but is this the one that maybe had a change of scope? And so are these comments even valid? Consider darker color for plaster and consider metal roof butt shingles are acceptable.
They are valid comments. You can read them.
Okay, I just did.
So what we ended up doing is we made the project smaller in our scope so that the additions that we are proposing are less. We have changed the roof to a metal roof, and we changed the wall siding to a metal siding. So on this site plan, you can see that there are 2 rectangles that are hatched. The upper one that's right there is to the left correct, right where the arrow is a 212 square foot family room addition to the existing house. There currently is an as-built construction there. We're removing that and replacing with this to blend in with the architectural style and similar roof pitches. The other addition is behind the garage, and that's a 2-story element. And if you're familiar with this project, this is kind of a wedgie box. And so this is to bring down the mass of that structure. Plus what was there was the illegal construction. So now I'm putting back a stepped form to sort of work with the scale of the building, but still be diminutive to it. That addition is going to be a 183 square foot gym with a 224-ish square foot storage room. That's what that 2-story element is. Can we go to the next page? One of the elements we're doing on this is we're replacing the stairs that's at the bridge between the 2 structures. And so there's going to be the whole new stair system is going to be replaced to create a landing at the intermediate landing with no guardrail, so we can see the view, which is why I have 2 retaining walls. Each retaining wall is less than 30 inches, so that when you go up this first half flight of stairs, you get to a vista, let's say, and then you can turn around and go back up to the bridge and then across to the house itself. So you could go to the next page. That's once again, the 2 green sections are my 2 additions that we're talking about. The one that's on the right, you can see a number 15, that's a deck that we're adding, and that deck is going to be basically 30 inches above grade, so I don't have to do handrails, and it's be a solid stone deck, concrete deck. It won't be a wooden deck for high fire reasons. You can cruise to the next page. These are just the floor plans showing where the gym is going to relate to the garage floor itself. There'll be a connection between there, and then underneath the gym is the storage room area, and that storage room area has that deck that I just explained. That's going to basically be slab on grade, but it'll be like 29.5 inches at the worst point, height above grade. Go to the next page. This sheet shows the family room. The family room is 211 square feet. It's not that large. It just replaces what was there, connecting to the house itself. The final page is going to be the 3rd floor, which we're not doing any work on. The upper floor, there's no change there architecturally. The next sheet is going to be the exterior elevations. And that's the form we're adding. Now, what I want to point out to you is the vertical wall siding is going to be Core-10 steel, and then the roof is going to be a medium gray steel roof, metal roof. And then where the doors occur and where the chimney is, we are going to stay with the existing vertical cedar boards. It'll have the 5/8 type X and then the wood siding on top of that, the vertical boards. If you go to the next sheet, you can see this is where the garage is. That's where the bridge is happening. And then the appendage cruise up just a little bit more. That lower, go up a little bit more on your, there you go, that. It says that the far right-hand lower corner, you can see what's basically is a 3-story elevation, and that's the existing look, if you remember the photographs, with this big, massive wedge. And so the gym is smaller than the exercise room. The exercise room is smaller than the storage unit that's on the lowest floor. And that's what's to break up the mass along that side. And I think that's all the sheets you have in your set.
Okay, thank you, sir. Questions from the board?
I have just a question, how those proposed stairs coming down from the bridge section integrate into the site? It seems like they're just running into the side of a very steep slope. In the site plan, if you could go back to that.
Which you can actually see here in the bottom left, right? Is that what you're pointing at?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then in the site plan, it just looks like it cuts off at a wedge. So I just was curious if you're gonna need to do some site improvements too, to make that work, or.
So maybe back to the site plan, David, if there was a path indicated on the site plan.
Yes, there is, and the stairs do die into the site itself to a gravel path. And at this point, I don't have the landscape plan, and then the next sheet was a blow up even more with grades that are shown. But there is, you can see a DG path that goes around. There you go.
I think.
Yes. it looks like it may be too steep for gravel or DG, so you might have to add some steps and landings or something possibly,
Yeah,
but it
just
could
that-
still be casual landscape.
Mhm.
If you go up a little bit more on that same sheet, there's a larger scale drawing. What the heck happened? Yes, keep going. You're correct.
Yep.
There we go. And the landing is shown there, the retaining walls, and then the DG path of some sort that's going to tie into where the stairs happen. The stairs did die into the grade.
Yeah, it's that connection that looks a little challenging to navigate.
Maybe the stairs got to kind of turn down.
Yeah.
Great.
Are those existing stairs?
They're all brand new. They were going to be concrete, and the purpose was to be more flowing and then have plants that were growing kind of at the edge of that transition that you see between the dirt and the stones, bricks would be landscaped out. But to rotate it, stairs is not the end of the world. I mean, that's something for the landscape architect to play with.
That's good.
You guys were.
Any other questions?
Yeah, you back off.
This is important. All right, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand or press *6. Okay, see no hands, and so we'll bring it back to the board for comments. Anyone?
Looks good.
Yeah,
I agree.
looks good.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I like your materials.
So this is here for, what was it? Further conceptual. So I think you could return, what else do you have to do? Just the landscape plan and?
Landscape plan and details.
Yeah, so I think return prelim final and consent.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul. Moving on, item number 4. Okay, momentum. Passage, new residence or Passage. Request of Robert Clammer, architect for Bill and Jane Passage, for conceptual review of a new residence of approximately 4,120 square feet and a 660 square foot attached 2-car garage with a 215,800 square feet of landscaping on an existing building pad. The previous dwelling was destroyed by the Jesucita fire, so the parcel is currently vacant. This will require less than 50 cubic yards of cut and fill, and is a 5.41 acre parcel located at 2800 Spyglass Ridge Road in the Santa Barbara area. And so do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Robert Clammer, representing Bill and Jane Passage.
Okay, whenever you're ready, go ahead and give us your presentation. Try and limit it to 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. If we could go to the lower left-hand corner is the vicinity map. You can see that up off Foothill Road is Tunnel Road. We're at the trailhead. Spyglass Ridge Road takes off from the top there about a quarter mile to the west is the site. We are out of the special problems Mission Canyon area. And it is a 5.5 acre site, which architecturally and hardscape wise, we are developing only 2% of it. Approximately 9% of it will be in total with landscaping. The rest will be left natural. We can go to the next sheet. And the upper left corner, you can see the existing building pad with the remnant slab left from the Jesucita fire. The new home is proposed in that same pad, so there's no grading. We're using the same driveway from the east and redoing a portion of it to satisfy the fire department on the where the motor court goes. To the west is an existing home that's screened by trees on this site. To the south is the guest house owned by that same home to the west. And to the east are homes on the ridge, kind of over by the water tank. You can see in these other photos, these homes all face south, and the ones on the ridge may be south-southwest, but they're all out more or less in front of this parcel. So they're not looking back at it, they're looking away from it. And look at those pictures just briefly, and my son did the drone photos on these, so obviously it got up in the air quite a ways, but when you're on the ground, you see less of the site than you would see currently. That country is behind that view A, so there's nobody that would see this from behind either. We can go to the next slide. This is, maybe show the whole slide. The overall site up to the top of the sheet. That's private road, Spyglass Ridge Road below the site. There is a building envelope that is a dashed line that goes around the property. It'll show better on the zoom in site on the next slide, but you can see that the dark area, yeah, it shows here as well. The darker area is the portion of the driveway that's being redone to satisfy the fire department. We already have their approval, and see the motor court there. The orange or colored portion is the existing house. And so you can see how our client requested that this new home be set back further to have less impact on the surrounding area. So it's the gray area is back 9.5 feet from the old house. There's a portion of the new terrace that goes out about 4.5 feet, but I'm confident enough to say that's well back of where older terrace may have been.
Was the previous home a 1-story or 2?
That was a 1-story home.
Okay.
And this new home is also 1-story. Well back from setbacks.
What's gray and what's purple? What is this? How is this? What does a different color
purple
mean?
is the old house.
No, the red is the old house,
Or the
and
red.
the purple is the new house.
Yeah, yours is purple, mine's gray, but so old is the colored reddish house. So you can see how we are behind it.
Yeah.
Also, you can see here better the dashed line, the dark dashed line around this specific area is the area that we are going to build on and re-landscape. The rest of the approximately other 4.5 acres is going to be left natural. The next slide shows the floor plan zoomed in. See the spline going through the entry courtyard, through the entry, through the living room to the living room terrace. There is a section that follows that line that will show on the next slide, but just briefly, maybe, well, you can see it there too. You can see that there's a lot of movement in the floor plan with the different roof forms. So we've animated this, so it's not a big box. It's all 1-story with predominantly hip roofs and shed roofs. And that it does follows the slope of the surrounding area. And if we can go to the next slide, shows a section through that entry. And dashed line above is the 19-foot maximum allowable height based on a 4 and 12 roof pitch. So you can see how this house, majority of it is well below that. You can also see that the terrace on the right side, that's 14-foot deep terrace, recessing the large areas that we have. So we have good solar protection and also have largely mitigated any reflective off that glass. Okay, so the next one. Architecturally, the owner requested that it blended in with the site, and being a hillside, we went with hillside Mediterranean style architecture. So we've utilized earth tone plasters. The chimney forms are Mediterranean form that is clad with local sandstone. And then the roof is blended colored tile, mission tile. And there's some kind of box beam forms over the secondary windows to give them some slight solar protection and a little definition. On the bottom picture, that's the west elevation that has a lot of trees on it because those are existing trees. So we figured that's going to screen the view of the house on that side. And you can see on the next slide, the south facing view at the top. And that's, even though you see a lot of glass, that's a 14-foot deep terrace there. So it's largely screened. And to the right of that center glass is the master bedroom. That's about 10 feet deep. And then we've got these box soffits over the other windows. The kitchen, that's about 4 feet deep. So a lot of that is protected, but we've got the stone, the stucco, and the tile once again, and then the east elevation at the bottom, showing all the animated roof forms, 1-story, all below the 19-foot max roof height. And that's it.
Okay, good, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I got a question. The trees that are existing on the west side, are those oaks, did you say, or what are those?
Those are pepper trees. California pepper.
I have a similar question. Those palm trees in the rendering, are they new or existing?
They would be new, and they're
Actually,
just,
can I chime in, Bob? This is Stacy Fawcett. I'm the landscape architect.
sure.
And we don't have palm trees because they won't meet the fire department requirements. So although they look fantastic on Bob's elevations, we do not have palm trees on the landscape plan.
Artistic license.
Yep.
Did you want to present the landscape plan? Sorry, we kind of blew
Sure.
it. Yeah. So David stepped out, but Kaylee would love to jump down there.
Not a problem. I think if you scroll down, you can see the landscape set follows Bob's architecture set. So keep on going there. This is just the existing site conditions. Existing site photos, if you want to see those. Really not much different. There are some existing pepper trees on site. There's existing eucalyptus cytoroxylon down by the road. And there's quite a few existing olive trees on site that we're planning on maintaining as well. And the current client lives just nearby in the area and it's a tough terrain and exposure up there. So he's had quite good success with specific plant species. So we're going with the tried and true and the ones that are drought tolerant and will tolerate these conditions as well, which you can see in the planting plan when we get further along.
You're keeping the eucalyptus also?
Yes, down by the street. This is the just kind of the conceptual landscape plan, since we're still in concept level as far as you're concerned, just showing there's a smallish lawn area off the south terrace and a low wall at the top of that slope, so that you don't feel like you're going to be falling off, that lawn down the hill to that road, private road below. And then some pathways. It's very simple landscape. There's an entry courtyard, which has a small fountain, outdoor fireplace, and somewhat shady conditions. So we have some plants to address that as well.
Next.
We can move on. We do have planting. This is the planting plan for those who are interested in the plants, going with drought tolerant and meeting all the willow and mawa requirements.
What plants are on the downslope below the terrace?
It's Cotoneaster low fast. He's had really good luck with the Cotoneaster low fast on. You can see all those plants. He just wants to keep it very simple on the slopes. And it's all drip irrigation as well.
Is there a reason for stopping halfway down the slope and not bringing it all the way to the road? Is it just?
There is some existing vegetation in there that we're being respectful of. And we only addressed the building envelope area, the limit of work area. So there's a lot of existing things around the site that there's some Cotoneaster and other things that will remain.
Okay, anything else?
There is a lighting towards, if you keep going, scrolling down, these are just details. Next one down, loop one up shows the irrigation. One more up, that shows the irrigation zones. The only spray is that light green, the small lawn area. The rest of it's all drip irrigation. You can go down. It's all the backup info for the calculations and the details. Keep going. There's the lighting plan. So pretty minimal lighting. We're using, it's all low voltage. There's some small wall lights. It's very dark up in this area. There's not a lot of other lights around, but we have mostly just path lights along the pathway, some wall lights along the driveway and the entry walls, and a couple of down lights near the upper parking area so that you don't go over the edge if you're there at night. So pretty minimal. Scroll down a little bit if you want. We also have the stamped approved fire department plan at the very end and a erosion control plan. There's the stamped approved plan for the fire department and an erosion control plan for construction purposes. And that's it.
Thank you. All right, back to questions.
Yeah, it's just because you just scrolled through it. I saw on the lighting cut sheets, it looks like you might have up lighting. Or is that,
No, there's no uplighting. There is a feature light, that one that you see that says feature spotlight. It's like a 1 or 2, I think it's a 1 or 2 LED that highlights, for example, a fountain or but no uplights on trees or anything like that. They're all down directed.
Right, they're not.
no, scroll up.
Oh, up. One that says down light, but it's pointing up.
The feature spotlight. That one.
Yeah, it's feature.
See,
Yeah, see, okay, I was thinking that was.
I don't think we'll be able to do this night sky.
Yeah, we'll have to. There's 2 of them.
Like
So
that one too?
I think we'll, that's the same, I
That's the
think.
same.
So we'll have to get more.
that would be like on an art element.
Right. Okay, well, we'll look at that. We need to avoid, it might need a shield or something so that it's not actually pointing up into the sky.
You can see in the little detail, it has the long shield, which is what we specify.
Right.
It's a narrow, yeah.
Got it. All
Okay.
right. Questions? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. Nope. Back to the board for comments. Mr. Berdiak.
No, it looks good to me.
Okay.
Nice project, well thought out.
Mr. Pujo.
Well, in this type of projects, considering that it's a single story, it's a large residence, it's in a critical place. I think what one looks is the effects of lighting and landscaping in the scenery. And I'm glad that the palm trees are not allowed. I mean, this is a place where it would be really, really objectionable to put palm trees in a situation, a location like this. I question the extent of the lawn and the visibility of the lawn. I think what we try to do is to have development on the hillsides to basically disappear, to blend in with the colors of the landscape and to fade away. The mission tile does that. An earth tone color of walls, helps. And being 1 story, so I think in that sense, the mass Balkan scales it would be acceptable. But the elements in the landscape, I would have trouble with that. So we have 3 landscape architects on the board, so I would like for your assistance on that.
Okay, can you give us an idea of what the dimensions are on that lawn, say from the patio out?
This part, right?
Yeah, that's the lawn.
That looked like 600 square feet or so.
Well, I'm wondering what the dimension is, straight at the bottom of the stairs out.
It describes an 18-inch wall along the outside of that. So the visibility of it.
Stacy, do you have a dimension or approximate?
I would say it's about 18 feet or so. I mean, it's a pretty minimal size usable lawn for grandkids or a dog or, something. It's not like we're putting, tons of square footage on a quite large site. You won't see this because it's tucked into the landscape, obviously. But yeah, it's pretty minimal for
So it'd be
the size of the property.
by 50 then, so ish. So about 18 by 50, let's say. So less.
Yeah, I would say 18 by 50, 18 by 40, thereabouts.
So it's 800-ish, maybe.
And we do, it does meet the irrigation maximal allowable water allowance irrigation requirements. So we're well within
Okay, well, we'll
in those requirements.
landscape architects comment, but any other comments, Alex?
No.
Okay, Ms. Frosher?
No, I think it's a fine project, given that it's earth tone colors and 1 story, and that they pushed it back from the edge and have a sensitive approach to the mountain setting. I appreciate that the owner lives nearby and knows what plants will survive, because that is a harsh environment for plants. So, but I defer to the landscape architects for specific comments on that.
Mr. Chair, what I meant is that the new landscape somehow matches the colors of the existing throughout. So that you look at this hillside and say, oh, that is the new, that is the landscape, and the rest is natural. So it blends in. That was the comment.
Okay. Ms. Rowe?
I think to the comment about the lawn, I think if it's serving a purpose for the client, it does seem like the location of it's tucked in and won't be overly visible. But to Alex's comment about transitioning it into the native landscape, I think the Cotoneaster lofast is an acceptable ground cover, but I think breaking it up with other native shrubs would be kind of key to that transition. The color of the Cotoneaster works for our the native transition, but it's very flat. So adding some undulation.
Okay. And Mr. Roberts? Mr. Richards?
I agree.
Robert Richards?
I agree with Haley. I don't think the lawn is unreasonable. It's a place to play, and then it's just a matter of mixing in some other stuff with the Cotoneaster and add a little dimension to it. I'm assuming that the client said Cotoneaster does well up there, so that's why it's been the choice. I think there could be something else which is kind of added in, just so it doesn't seem like a massive monocrop with Cotoneaster. Other than that, it's all very well detailed, and I'm in support of it.
Okay, yeah, and I concur. I was going to be my comment also. It's just too much Cotoneaster. It needs to be softened, broken up, and made to look more sort of naturalized. The one that came to mind for me was Baccharis Pigeon Point. Might be a nice blend to throw in some sort of more naturalized plantings, but open to other options. And obviously the line that's shown, it won't be planted right on that line. So I think mix that up a little bit, up and down the slope, so it sort of looks more natural. And then also, as far as the planting goes, I guess what is this area right to the west of the garage? Is that a little courtyardy thing? Is that a dog run, or?
It's more of a utility area, so that's decomposed granite or gravel in that, or mulch in that area. Yeah, they have a dog.
Okay, so I guess I'm looking at these hedges also, and it'd be nice to sort of throw, and then there's a wall there, right?
There's a low wall, yes, or taller wall. So we have the Laurus nobilis, which will kind of screen that area from the side, so.
Well, I was just thinking like mix up that hedge, or not mix up with different plants, but rather than just a straight hedge, it might help if you throw a few on the other side of the wall and just.
There's also those existing pepper trees are all in that location, so it's,
Oh, it would be cool. Okay, well, that's fine, but I think mainly it's the Tony Aster and sort of
Okay.
trying to, add variety and naturalize that as the planting, so that from a distance it looks more.
right.
Yeah,
You don't read the building pad quite as much.
right, exactly. Okay, any other comments? This is here for conceptual review, and what does the board want to come back for prelim and final? Full board? Okay.
Just one note from planning, and I'm not sure if it was shown, but they do need a Mission Canyon. Is this within the Mission Canyon community plan, or is it outside?
I looked at the permit history report. It didn't show it as being within.
Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind.
It's not part of Mission Canyon.
It's right on the edge. Okay, or right outside. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a map on the cover sheet that shows it's just above that top line.
Okay,
So it's out of Mission Canyon and Mission Canyon special problem area.
got it.
Great. Thank you, guys. So we'll see you back for, prelim, final, full board when you're ready.
Thank you.
Moving on then, item number 5, Ghaffari Montakab.
Bill, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. That's as good as we could have hoped.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, somebody's.
Hello.
That's the building is perfect.
Hi, Robert. I think you need to. Robert. You got it. Okay. All right. Item number 5, Ghaffari Montakab, new residence. Hope I'm saying that right. Request of Lori Kari, architect for Homayun T. Ghaffari to consider for conceptual review of a new two-story residence of approximately 3,648 square feet with upper covered outdoor room and upper patio, and attached 3-car garage and of approximately 880 feet, and a new site retaining walls of approximately 42 linear square feet in length on a currently parcel. This will require 950 cubic yards of cut and 820 cubic yards of fill, and it's a 2.83 Ag 110, located 1990 Las Canoas Ridgeway in the Mission Canyon area. So the applicant is here, I believe. Please state your name, record.
Lori Kari, architect. Would you like me to do the video or just not?
Oh, it's up to you. Mostly can't see you, but
oh, okay. That's okay. I can just move forward. So
just try and limit to 10 or 15 minutes at the most.
I understand. I'm trying. Okay, so it's located off of Las Canoas Road. It was a Jesucita fire, burn down, destroyed, and they renamed these side roads, which are private. So we are Las Canoas Ridge, right off of Las Canoas, about, I don't know, 3 parcels up. So if you look at the photos and you start at the bottom up, we are looking from our driveway across to the only neighbor you see across the street. We remained in close contact with him. He likes our project, as he said he did. So, and then when you look on the second photo up is our driveway entrance, which is the original, which we are going to maintain. And it actually has a fire department turnaround that's been approved. And it was previously approved too in another design iteration that I actually designed, a Mediterranean stuff. So then you go further up the driveway, heading towards the residence. There are several mature oak trees. And actually, if we back up at the left of the entrance is a ESH oak woodland, which we are staying away from. Okay, and then if we go from the bottom up in the middle, I can't see it. Oh, sorry. Yes, this is our view. It's a bit distant, but it's viewed towards the ocean. And then from the site, and then this composite photo is the actual building site, and you'll see some construction. And that was from the previous owner. They started construction and then abandoned it and sold the property. So we are not using that footprint, but we're gonna just take out or cut off the rebar and a little bit reoriented, not terribly much, but take advantage of the views. Next up, can't see it here. There is just a close-up view. We are going to raise the finished floor approximately 2 to 3 feet. And then there's another orange dot up there that would be approximately the second floor, which would be at the elevation that's existing. So we do have this cut and fill that's already there. And then if we go to the left, it's just some views, a southeast view, a lot of mature planting. South view has quite a bit of mature planting also. You see also behind it's oaks and quite a few natives actually in the vicinity, and there's it's natural screening. So okay, so then if we go back to the site plan, I think we got most of it. Okay. So here's our entrance in, here's our fire department turnaround. We come down to the house location. You see, it was surveyed, but he didn't survey all the planting and trees, but you can imagine it's dense brush or, natives. And then if you go to the next site plan, you get a more close-up view of the building location. You can barely see where the previous foundation is located with a dash. It was at an angle. So we did create a very conceptual landscape plan, which we can go back to. It's essentially screening and drought tolerance. Well, maybe I'll bring it up right now. And a little, a small orchard with a variety of fruiting trees. So now, and then here's, we can show that on the lower level. Next. Oh, yeah, here's site sections. Actually, that's next. We're cutting through 3 sections of the residence. The first section is, now we're in urban ridgeline too, just to clarify. We're showing what would have been the natural grade sloping up, and then we have the manufactured grade from the previous construction. We still meet the criteria. That's on the east side. Then the middle of the building, you see the manufactured and then the natural. And then on the west side, it's it was undisturbed. So we're doing a bit of cut, and then we're doing some fill at the pool deck area. And we are essentially at the upper grade with the second story. It's a 22-foot maximum building height. Next, the next floor elevations. We're a little backwards. The west elevation is the entry, 3-car garage. And then the south is the living area, little study, master bedroom, a very usable roof deck above with doors off the main bedrooms, and there's a rec room up there. I'll show on the floor plan. This is the west elevation. Deck wraps around the roof deck. And then this is the second floor at upper grade. So we do have a full height 9-foot retaining wall. Each level has a 9-foot ceiling. Okay, lower level next. Oh, rendering. Okay, here's just a quick rendering of the scope where you don't really see in the back, but you reach up to grade and with this curved wall and then go straight across. And we pretty much do tuck in that second story and set it back with the roof deck and set back from the main living area. Now we're at the floor plan. I think I could have, next one. So here we come in from the east. We have 2 guest parking and a 3-car garage. And then here's our entrance. Excuse me. Great room. You know, it's the master suite and so on is on the same level, and the study. And there's just a nice size deck, you know, for entertaining children. They have grandchildren, and a proposed 20 by 40 lap pool. Okay. And on the next, oh, and we have a interesting covered outdoor dining area that's, excuse me, it would have a obscure glass lid to it, letting some light in, but offering the protection, and be quite nice for shading because it's a bit exposed up there. And then next level. So we have the roof deck that you can see facing south with doors off the rec room, and then to your west, the 2 bedrooms. Then to your east, you have the 3rd bedroom. And then some small outdoor patio area, but the focus is really to the south with the view and the most usable space, because the slope gets relatively steep soon after this edge of north side of the garage and patio. And I think that might be it. Oh yes, we do have a palette. If we go to the photographs, very, is there on the left?
The left.
Very left. No?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. So we're looking at integrating with the, you know, the natural nature, I guess, natural nature of the site. And so we'd have this roofing, that would be our, you know, flat roofing, sort of aggregate in a sort of beige brown. We'd have this sort of gray wall finish, and we're using the Fleetwood doors and windows, bronze anodized, and we might include some features, fieldstone, and we're going with the standing seam metal roof. You know, not sure, maybe a gray or a similar color. And cove lighting, we haven't, you know, expanded that far in our conceptual design. And that's
Okay,
the presentation.
very good. Thank you. We'll bring it back forward then for questions. Is there anyone that
I got
on
a
the board has
question.
questions? Mr. Peugeot.
Can you go to the site plan since the beginning? Yeah, there. So that seems to be, that circle is the fire department turnaround.
Yes.
Yeah, and just the question is, have you tried ways to make it a little bit less large? Like,
Well, I did work with the fire department representative. It's actually, it exists in so many words. I mean, it's it doesn't have to be completely AC paved. I believe we could work with them on materials.
The reason I asked, you could have like a Y shape. It's like a T, and they accept the Y modification. That would be a lot smaller than that. Seems to me. I was just.
And is that working with your hose poles to the other side of the house? Seems far.
Say it again.
Is that it just building on that turnaround? It seems like it's far away from the other side of the house for hose poles. Is the fire department clear the location of it?
He is, and we did do a distance.
Okay.
And he accepted it. It was accepted in the prior design, accepted by the fire department, and that was like 5-6 years ago. But it's kind of difficult to try and do that hammerhead because, well, there's ESH on one side and it gets pretty steep if you look at the contours on the other side. And certainly, hopefully we can work with fire department on acceptable materials to work at.
I just had a question on the elevations. We were going a little bit. There you go. Just a question. I was wondering about those horizontal windows. It reminds me of the bedrooms in the 50s. They used to have this, and I see a lot of them. Is there a particular reason? Or, I don't know.
I don't consider it looking like the 50s, but I just think it simplifies it. And those are over the bed wall.
Okay.
And I would think that if they're more square, that reminds me more of, you know, what I would do in a Craftsman or a, you know, Santa Barbara cottage.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay, other, where are we? Questions?
Yeah.
Mr.
What
Verdier.
kind of a roof material are you using there? Flat roof.
Oh, the flat roof, yeah. So I was showing this sort of natural looking aggregate there. That's in the top photo. And here, yes.
Are those roof visible from above?
Well, it would be visible from probably one of the bedrooms. I mean, I think we're not use the aggregate on the deck. It would be
Thinking of other properties, adjacent properties.
Oh, no. The only neighbor that can see us is, or cannot see us, but can look at our driveway is the neighbor across from the driveway. We are fully screened from the neighbors above. We do not have a neighbor to the west. Our neighbor to the south did make a visit, but they can't see us. We can't see them. So we can't see any of our neighbors also.
Any other questions?
I have a question at the risk of diving into architecture, the landscape architect, but if you go to the elevations, it seems to me that on the elevations, the most successful portions are the portions that don't have the roof overhang and fascia. And the way the massing is broken up, it seems like you could pretty successfully eliminate that fascia and still have the undulation of the structure. Is there a reason for needing those portions that have the relatively slight overhang, or
yes.
Okay.
That's delineating our low slope standing seam metal roof, which just kind of breaks up this austerity, what I would call austerity of having all flat roofs. And it's, so the overhangs are 2 feet and they're, I think, 16 inches on the side. I just think it makes it a little more successful in breaking up the flat roof entities.
Okay. I have a question. The roof deck seems very large. What's the plan for shade up there? And I guess also on the second floor of the south elevation also. Or what's your plan for having shade up there? It's going to get, blazing hot.
Well, that's true too. So far, well, I have a very similar project too that gets blazing hot, and we came up with these really interesting umbrella systems where you can successfully shade, but also put them away well when the winds come up. I think this is a real not as windy a property because it's a little bit in a canyon and not so exposed, but that's true. We should be looking closer into
okay. So yeah, if you use
elements.
these, maybe bring us a picture of what you're describing.
Yes,
Helpful.
absolutely.
And I think another question maybe I had, which kind of shows here on the west elevation, why does that wall have to be so tall there? I mean, can you down a little bit more and then have that wall start closer to this window, David?
Oh, that wall. Well, we're just tapering down the slope, which is what it does.
But if you follow here, if you slope this down a little bit, you could start the wall here and it would be lower, like 3 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to look at the grade, but I think we were trying to follow the grade and
renderings, please.
Not very tall.
Right there.
If you look at it, it actually in the rendering, it looks like it tapers even more down to.
So this is like
a couple feet,
right?
That where that cut is, where the previous owner made the cut, that takes you to the second level. You come out where it daylights, right?
Okay. I guess I'm just wondering if where the cursor is now, if the wall could push forward towards the window and then be shorter. Just a question.
I don't know that it helps it, but we could look into it.
Okay, it just makes
offhand. I'm not sure.
Just a question. Okay, any other questions? All right, anyone from the public that would like to speak on this, please raise your hand. See no one, and so back to for comments, Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, we can go to the renderings. Yeah, I think that's a good place. Yeah, there you go. Can you enlarge it a little bit? Yeah, I think what brought to my the first thing that came to mind when of this building is what the chair mentioned, the the solar, the protection from the solar. Maybe I'm more aware because of the way the weather has changed, and it seems like it's more brutal, and it's always very strong in these hills. And I understand the ground floor trellis that works. Now the room next to it doesn't have much, and of course the upstairs is all really exposed. So I wonder. I know there was a comment about the roof overhangs, but it seems like in a place like this, you need to protect those decks, or otherwise it becomes useless. The sun destroys anything that gets in there, right? Like any kind of fabric, and during the day it's very uncomfortable. So that's the part that I don't see solved in this design. I think it's the occupants are going to do it on their own. They're going to start putting stuff, and eventually maybe they'll put some canvas awnings. Who knows? But I would ask you to address, to think about how to deal with that, and that will influence the style of the architecture, I think, because I just think that roof overhangs are very important. It's going to be much more than 4 feet, maybe 6 or 8 or something like that.
True right now.
Anyway, that's the comment I have. Otherwise, it's hide away. It's not the colors and materials are acceptable, and but I think that element, that aspect of the design hasn't really been resolved, and it will change the final outlook.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I agree. I think that there needs to be overhang to shield these windows from the sun. Especially that upper deck, that somehow perhaps you could integrate the structure into shading the windows and shading the deck at the same time. I think that whole elevation, which is exposed to the south like that, would be very uncomfortable, put it that way. So I think that needs further study to try to shield the glass and deal with the sun and make those spaces more habitable.
Interesting. Can I comment to that?
We can,
or afterwards?
At the end here, we'll just keep
Okay. Got it.
Comments.
Got it.
Richards.
I agree with the comments about the shading and study. I mean, maybe you can kind of copy what you have on the lower level and bring, a hint of that up to the upper level. Help to repeat the two forms, kind of reinforce the architecture. From the site plan, maybe we can go to the second sheet. I think the landscape plan needs a little bit more development, just based on the spacing of the plants and the scale of what's chosen. I understand this is preliminary, but from a site plan layout, it would be nice to have some sense of arrival for this home. Like the guest park's right up to the front entry, and I think there might be an opportunity to introduce planters in there or a wall or something, so that there's some hierarchy between the driveway, the entry, and the pool area. Right now, it's almost like you pull up in your car and you're looking right at the pool. And I think the architecture of is fairly successful and has opportunities to make it more successful. And there's just not a sense of arrival that really works with the architecture and the layout of the home right now. So I would encourage studying that. I don't really understand the resolution of the fire turn, so maybe that would be nice to see in the next iteration. And then the pool deck that's a really big pool deck. And so, the conversation about how hot this home is going to be there might be some opportunities to bring a few trees around that pool to help knock back some of the sun, and also break up the materials of the pool deck, so it's not just one massive patio. You got a big roof deck and then a big patio. So I'd encourage looking at how to soften that whole space with the use of some landscape and varying the materials.
Okay, Ms. Grubb,
I agree with all of the previous comments. I think my question about the fascia and the eaves was leading to, I think they need to either be functional or be pulled back and a shade element added. So yeah, I agree with the previous comments.
okay. And yeah, I was going to mention some of the same comments that Robert had mentioned about the shape of the pool patio and the size of it, and the size of the roof deck is very large. And I think that the landscape plan needs development, or a full restudy, really. It's just, it's not doing a whole lot. And the planting is anemic, and the shapes are, don't really fit with the sort of natural, it should be transitioning into a more natural picture, and just the straight lines and strange angles don't really work so well. And yeah, then the shading issue. So that is, anyone else have any last minute comments? Okay, and then Lori, I'll give you, about a minute to respond if you sound like you have something.
Yeah, interesting enough. There's a house that I designed on Twin Ridge Road years ago. And I'm up there quite frequently, but we have a very similar palette of overhangs and flat roof elements in the second floor. And the dual glaze, the low E and so on offers that for the rooms to stay temperate, and with shades, interior shades. I agree on the deck because we have a large roof deck also on this other residence, and that's where a couple umbrellas come in to effect that are effective and weighted. And yes, the landscaping is extremely conceptual. The ideas, on the west, the green is like olive trees for screening and so on. And we are planning a future pool cabana, and that could be in that, that location behind, where we have the chaise seating. And I do agree about the transition from parking, and our idea too for the decking is to break it up with permeable materials like gravel and so on, and not have it be monolithic. So I think that's my response.
How that comes around next time.
Yes.
And so we'll look forward to that. But let's see, we're here for a conceptual review. And I think we return for further conceptual / preliminary.
Sure. And yeah, we'll expand on the landscape and so on, and address your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's noon o'clock right now, and we have.
Hey, Chris, real quick, just for mass bulk and scale from the BAR on that item is acceptable.
Seems like it, yeah.
Okay.
And architectural style is still up in the air a little bit, but that may be affected by the need for shading. So we'll see how that pans out. Okay. So how does the board feel? Do you want to try and fit one more in, or do we go to lunch now and do the last 4? Or is it 5? Yeah, I think I'm feeling it.
Thank you. Bye.
Apologies to the applicants for waiting around, but we're going to take our lunch break now, and we'll return right around 1 or 1:10, and something like that. Last time we were late, so I don't want to get your hopes up. So yeah, we'll return around 1-ish. Can we say 1? And if it's later, let's say 1. Okay. Thank you all for your patience, and we'll see you back here in about an hour.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, so we will now reconvene the SBAR meeting of July 8th with item number 6, the RAP edition, request of Dennis Thompson, architect for Nancy Rapp, for conceptual review and addition of approximately 330 square feet and interior remodel of 337 square feet to the existing residence and demolition of existing deck. This is a 0.20 acre parcel located at 810 Windsor Way in Mission Canyon area. And do we have the applicants here with us? If so, please state your names for the record.
Yes.
Saw Dennis earlier.
Dennis is right there.
Yeah, trying to go on video, but the host will not let me.
Oh,
Oh, David. Oh, man.
Hold on one second. There we go. No, it's just a click away.
so Dennis, whenever you're ready, we've now we're hoping for like 5 to 10 minute presentations.
Sure. I'll be very brief. This is a house, as you can see, on Windsor Way, just 3 lots above Foothill Road. And if we can go to the drawings, I'll just describe it as it's about a 1,100 square foot house, and we're adding a 1-story addition of about 300 square feet. So very modest 1-story low slung house with the addition essentially replacing what's a trellis in the back of the house. You can see it where the deck is shown there. We can go on to site photos. Maybe have to zoom out just a tad. Yeah, the upper line shows the house just to the north, and then as you sweep across, you see our house, which has the solar panels, that long length of solar panels on the roof. And then the middle row shows it continuing down, and then the last row shows you where the trellis in the back is, and that's essentially where the addition will be. So it's a continuation. The house is on 2 angles, and this is a continuation.
Oh, it's breaking up a little bit. Dennis, I think you're frozen.
Maybe sharing the video wasn't.
There, we can do that.
Okay, you're back. You might actually want to turn off your video because sometimes you're freezing up.
Yep. So if we could scroll down.
There we go.
Okay, so here's the existing house with the existing roof line, and the addition is essentially replacing that deck in the upper right-hand corner. And then if we go on to the floor plan, this one more sheet. Yeah, you'll see the addition here is essentially, it's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, and it's going to end up a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house. So the owner will have a second bathroom, a larger bathroom, a larger closet, and essentially replace the size of that existing bedroom. And another sweep down, and you'll see the elevations. Here is the, always you'll see the addition is kind of circled with a dashed line. So area of work, barely visible from the street. And then from the back of the house, you can see area of work. It's where that trellis is now. And then probably the best views are at the bottom there, where you see it from the south and from the east. So it's match existing colors, existing window colors, existing roofing material, same roof pitch, same overhang, essentially just trying to make a subtle, modest little addition here.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Let's bring it to the board for questions.
Just one question. Dennis, that line right there disappears, right?
That's correct. Sorry about that. You're absolutely right.
Great, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. Nope. And so back to the board for comments. Anyone?
I think it's a great addition. I think it's ready for preliminary and final on consent.
Okay, any differing opinions?
I agree with that.
I agree.
Okay.
Dennis, doesn't get any better than that.
Can I add one thing?
No, 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 no. No.
I forgot to mention that the Mission Canyon Review Board took a look at it and said you don't have to come to the meeting. So they've seen it.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on, item number 7, Guidi new dwelling. Request of Michael Santillan,
Santillan.
sorry.
Santillan.
Michael Santillan, agent and architect for the owner, Eugenio Guidi, for further conceptual review of a new 3,765 square foot residence with attached 706 square foot garage on a vacant parcel. This will require 450 cubic yards of cut. Property is a 9,000 square foot parcel located at 1453 Orange Grove Avenue in the Santa Barbara area. Last heard May 6th of this year. And do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I'm Michael Santillan, the architect.
Okay, hi, Michael. So go ahead and show us what has changed and within the 5 to 10 minute period.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep it very short. If you can scroll down to the site plan. Basically, the outline of the building has gotten compressed. And one of the comments was that the building had too much of a blocky feel. So I tried to make some revisions to that. If you want to go to the next drawing. The red outline kind of shows how the building now is less blocky. It created on the bottom left-hand corner, the new doors off of the study and a little seating area outside. Same at the top left corner, that now has a bit of a jog there, and the planter up at the top left. So go to the second floor. Same thing, more jogs to help it feel less blocky. On the bottom left, I created that new deck off of bedroom number 2. And actually, I think since the last couple of meetings we've had, we've cut out about 500 square feet from the house. So by doing that, it also brought it away from each side property line, because that was another comment that was just filling up the lot too much. So I hope that helped that too. So you can go to the elevations. And there was a comment about the garage door being too high. I think I lowered that to either 8 or 9 feet. And just, I hope it gives the feel of it being less blocky. Really, that's about all I had to say. Well, actually, there was some other comments regarding retaining walls. There's a very small section at the back corner of the site where the retaining wall is 8 feet tall, but it quickly drops down to less than that. And I hope that's approvable.
Okay.
That's really all I had to say.
Any changes to the landscape?
I think, let's see if they show it. Yeah, just down at the bottom left-hand corner, that new area is a change.
I think it's probably this guy.
Yeah.
Actually, it's this part, right?
Yeah. Bottom left and top left, a little different.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then we'll bring it back to the board for questions. Ms. Froscher?
Did you change the finished floor elevations this time from what you did last time, or where is that?
No, I think they stayed the same. In a previous meeting, I had raised the floor up, I think 1 foot, but I didn't change it again.
So it's still 1 foot higher than it was the first time?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot, questions?
No.
Mr. Verdiak,
No.
Mr. Richards,
No question.
Ms. Grubb?
No.
Mr. Gilliland? No. Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please step forward or raise your hand. Okay, sir? You can just,
I'm just at that table. You just sit there. There's a mic there.
you'll have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
I'm right. My name is Barrett Bunce, and the reason I'm here is I am their adjacent neighbor to the west and the north. And I'm very much in favor of this project. This property has been in my family since the late 50s, and I've lived there since 2004. Remodeled and lived there, and I'm very much in favor of this project.
Okay.
That's really all I had to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone online? No, no hands raised. Mr. Rubison, okay. Back to the board then for comments. Ms. Grubb?
Can we go back to the landscape? Don't think I think that the materials all look acceptable. I don't think that the stair transition to the deck situation I had mentioned at the last presentation has been resolved. It still looks a little awkward coming up those stairs onto that front patio. I think that's all my comments for now with architecture.
Okay, Mr. Richards?
I think the landscape plan looks fine. I agree. Comment on the steps. This house to me just seems like wedged into a site. So, and I think that 8-foot wall is kind of exacerbates the problem, what's going on. But I appreciate that you've reduced some of it. I'll leave the comments on architecture to the professionals.
Okay. Right, Mr. Verdiak, comments.
Well, I think that if we go to the elevation, which is the front, I think it's east. You know, we have this gap between the garage door and the deck above. I think that's kind of an awkward situation. It still hasn't been resolved. And I know we pointed it out before, but it's still creates an odd looking situation, which I think should be studied. And I think that the building still, you know, is seated on the site with a high retaining wall in the back. I'm not sure if the height limit is restricting it or what it is, but it just seems that the building still, you know, creates kind of an awkward situation as to where it's sited. It just seems like it doesn't belong there. And anyway, those are my comments.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
Okay, so the site really goes this way, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I went to the site. I want to take a look at the property again. It's like a berm front, and this is breaking through that berm to reach. And you know, I appreciate if you go back to the site plan. I appreciate the improvements done in the back. I mean that. But really the problem is more in the front. Is this corner, that corner, and the way that it appears like a block. And I'm not sure what the solution is. Maybe the garage, there's a way to deal differently with the garage. Maybe this thing is too long and maybe it can be pulled back. I don't know. But the fact that it does look like a box because it comes across as 40 or 50 feet of straight elevation going up, and And I think that's what the problem is. It's a cube, it's a flat box on the sloping side. It's a difficult problem, but I think it needs to be reworked. And I think that this kind of improvements that you made in the back, that they should appear in the front. The back is hidden. Whatever you do in the back is really not that, it's not really much of our business because it's going to be out of the way. But this front part is going to be always visible. And it's true, this area is a little bit awkward. I think the key is it would be to rework, try to do something with it. If I were in your position, I would try to do something with the garage, something a little bit different. Try to bring it further back or raise it or somehow try to integrate that better with the site. Those are my comments.
Okay, Ms. Frosher.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort you've made to get some more breaks in the walls toward the back, but I think everybody's expressing the same thing, that it feels like a flatland house on a sloping hillside site. And even for the people living there, to go out the back of the bottom floor, you're basically in a hole back there. And with a different design, you could have integrated to the back landscape so that you could actually access it directly and sort of step the house more. I think Alex's comment is good about focusing on the garage being problematic, and that it is the front of the house that still reads like a big cube block, barely off of the setbacks on the two sides. But just in terms of livability, even though it doesn't affect us easily, that back little tunnel just doesn't seem like a great solution for how to work with a hillside.
Okay. I would echo those comments. I mean, really, I think what it comes down to is that it's nearly a 4,500 square foot structure on a lot that's less than a quarter acre. And I think that's where a lot of the issues arise, because it feels like much more house than the property wants to allow. But
excuse me, just one correction. It's not even close to 4,500 square feet. With the garage, it's 3,700 square feet.
not according to the agenda. It says 3,765 square feet with an attached 700 square foot garage, which is 4,471. So let me know if that's inaccurate, Alex. And
the 3,765 includes the garage.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
Beyond that, I agree with the front of the house. I think the back, you've made movements and it jogs and it helps. The garage still appears awkward, and definitely the front entry stairs just don't work. It's a dangerous situation where if you're walking, if you can see it better on the landscape plan, but if you're walking from the deck over to the terrace that's out front, I mean, you can pretty easily just kind of fall down those stairs. So that needs to be resolved. But otherwise, you have our comments. It's, definitely getting closer. I think, made some good movements. I still think we need to keep working, but so my recommendation would be return for further conceptual / preliminary. Does that work with everyone? And then Alex Tuttle, are the comments clear? Do we need clarification so that the applicant doesn't have to keep coming back?
I have a transition from stairs to deck at front patio still needs further study. Garage door elevation needs further study to address. Well, I have to address proportions, but that I'm not sure that covers the whole of it. Front of residence is still blocky. Project design is still more appropriate for a flat lot and does not relate to the sloping site.
I think one of the things that happens too with the way the layout is basically 2 stories stacked up on each other. So you have full 2-story unbroken walls. And I think that's where a lot of the pushback is coming from this board.
Mr. Chair, the last time we had 6 comments, and I think
did I not read
4 of
this?
them are the architectural style and landscaping are acceptable.
Yes.
The mass bulk and scale appears excessive. Large 2-story facades on north and south elevations are pushed up against the setbacks, and all retaining wall pushed up against the rear setback. We may argue that some of that has adjusted a little bit, but not enough.
Not much.
But the third one, C, the project does not integrate well with the sloping site, appears overly aggressive programming given site context. Project needs a new approach to better fit the site and appear less boxy. And I think those are the issues that really need to be resolved. They haven't been addressed.
Well, and also that raising the elevation of the house does not resolve the retaining wall issue. You know, it's still, everything's up a foot higher than it was, which makes the access from the road up the driveway that much harder, which impacts the garage. But the tunnel in the back, if you lower it back down, you just create more of a tunnel in the back because of the retaining wall. It doesn't feel like it's integrated, the whole thing between the road and the back of the site. So I think that letter D is still an issue too.
Is a height limit restricting? Is he up against the height limit?
I think it's pretty close. Yes.
And we have another comment was need a grading plan. I think there was in the set. Did we see that? Right there, yeah. Let me zoom in. Close.
Yeah, I think it's based on the own footprint.
Yeah, but it's the same
Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, so basically Alex Tuttle was reading back and we sort of jumped in there, and it sounds to me like we would carry over the comment B and C. Is that right?
And D, right? And A too, right? I would call it A, B, C, and D.
Yeah. Okay. And then whatever we added, but with the comment that it's moving in the right direction, but it needs further study.
Yeah, and I think the improvements need to appear more on the front, which is the east side. I think is where, because that's where the house is more, it's going to be more visible. So the boxy approach is really seen there with the big balcony. I think that can be redesigned, or the garage pushback or something.
Yeah.
Now, on the grading plan, is that retaining wall at the edge of the parking? And what's the height of that?
I think it was about 4 feet, 4.5.
So that's big.
Is that right? Mr. Santillan, the retaining wall height. Did I do that wrong? Santillan.
Yeah, Santillan, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, just if you could zoom in on that retaining wall there, it says 103.44 finished surface.
And then 108 finished grade.
108, yeah.
So 4.5.
Yes.
And then down a little bit as you get closer to the house.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
That's wall right at the street.
Okay, so those are our comments. Mr. Tuttle, is that clarified for you? Then what's going on here? Is there some kind of drive-through here?
Well, it's open. If you, in reality, this is all this right now. All this is all very like a barn, you know?
Right.
And you don't really see this house much because of this barn right here. You come into here, and you see the development of this. Out there.
Yeah, because there is a lot of cut. I mean, I think it was 450 yards to be removed.
I think sun comes out of this hole right here.
Yeah.
That too.
Okay. All right, good. So basically, Alex Tuttle, if you're satisfied, then this would return for further conceptual / preliminary.
Okay.
Okay, guys, thanks. I appreciate the comments.
Thank you. All right, moving on, item number 8. 3485 Padaro. What does that say? B. Yeah. 3485 Padaro B LLC edition. Request of Laurel Perez and Shelby Messner Janke, agents for 3485 Padaro B LLC for conceptual review of the demolition of the existing cottage and an addition and remodel of approximately 1,968 square feet to the existing residence. Let's see. And the project consists of 0.76 total acres. It's located at 3485 and 3485.5 Padaro Lane in Toro Canyon area. And so if the applicant is here, please state your name or names for the record.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Shelby Messner Janke from Susanna Elledge Planning, agent for the project. I will just give a brief introduction and a little bit of background, and then I will pass the presentation off to the project architect, Mary Androlitis, who's here as well. So we're here for an early conceptual review. We've not submitted our full coastal development permit with hearing application. We wanted to come to the board first to get your valuable feedback on the design as we move forward to prepare that application. For some project context here, there are 2 legal parcels that are accessed off of Padaro Lane. Both are developed. Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so we're having technical difficulties again, so just give us a minute to get that resolved, and then we'll have you continue with your presentation.
Sure, no problem. Thank you.
I guess we can use the audio from my laptop. It's kind of loud enough. Okay, so go ahead. Okay, please continue when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So as part of this project proposal, the 2 parcels are going to be merged into 1 lot. And the single family residence, which is located closest to the beach, will be demolished. And we're proposing an addition to the remaining single family residence, as well as a new pool and pool deck area. So the project is really going to reduce the intensity on the 2 properties as it will be significantly pulled back from the beach. And the entire project, including the pool and the pool deck, have been designed to meet the streamlined setbacks, again, to provide ample setback from the beach. A little bit of background here on this project is that in 2004, Planning and Development approved a coastal development permit for demolition of that existing single-family residence close to the ocean and construction of a new, much larger 2-story residence, which would have been much closer to the beach than currently sits there right now. It was approved, but it was never constructed. And so the current proposal is for a significantly less intense development than had been previously approved there, and will reduce potential coastal hazards and is in line with coastal hazard policies. Last year, our team actually met with the Coastal Commission to discuss this project and present it to them to get their feedback as well. We received extremely positive comments from staff. They were very supportive and agreed that the proposed project is far better than what had previously been approved there. And they found it in line with their coastal policies for avoidance of hazards, and they really appreciated our early consultation with them. And with that project background, I will pass things off to Mary to walk you through the design.
Thanks, Shelby. Good afternoon. This is Mary Androlitis with NMA Architects. If possible, can you zoom in on that aerial at the top of the page? Just to give you a little bit of context, this property is located at the east end of Padero Lane. Are you able to zoom in at all?
Yeah, we're having technical difficulties again.
Oh, there we go.
Well, audio.
Okay. So the project site is identified there. As you can see, it's located at the east end of Padero Lane. The Arroyo Perdon Creek borders both of the properties on the west boundary. And that creek is a concrete lined flume with a concrete and boulder bank on the west side of the properties. To the north is Padero, Southern Pacific Railroad, and the 101 freeway. And the adjacent property on the east is similarly two lots deep and developed with two separate two-story single-family residences. You could go to the next page. The next 2 pages are some site context photos. Each page has a small diagram at the bottom that indicates the viewpoints. The first page, where we are right now, those viewpoints are along Padero Lane, so outside of the property. In photo number 3, you get a glimpse of the existing 2-story residence that we are proposing to add on to. On the next page, the site photos are taken from within the property at various points down the driveway and looking back from the beach. The residence proposed for demolition appears in the top 3 photos partially, and the bottom 3 show the existing 2-story residence, which was constructed in 1990 and is just a simple elongated rectangular gabled structure with painted board and bat siding. I will also point out there's a number of palm trees on the property that are proposed for removal, and I'll talk about that a little bit when we get to the site plan. The next 2 pages are the survey, the topographical survey. The first page is the property at Padero Lane. And then the second page, that's the one at Padero Lane. So that's the residence we will be proposing to do work on. The next page is the property at the ocean. That is the residence that we are proposing to demolish. The next page is the site plan and conceptual landscape. I'll start at the right-hand side, which is the north end of the property at Padero Lane. The existing driveway and gates are to remain as they exist in location, same curb cut. We are proposing to replace the gate to match the architecture and materials of the remodeled home. We've created a screened trash area at the street. The guest parking just inside of the gate is to remain. We've been able to drastically reduce the amount of hardscape because there's no longer a need to access for fire to access that oceanfront property. You can see the creek running along the west side of both of the properties. There is a horizontal rail fence along that bank of the creek with stone columns, which is proposed to remain. The existing residence footprint is depicted in the light gray. The dark gray indicates the areas of proposed addition, which is primarily on the south end, but there you can see that small wedge along the west side we're also filling in. And then the medium gray areas are existing and proposed decks. South of the residence, we're proposing a new 15 by 40 foot pool with an integral spa, as well as an open shade structure. And just over that pool and shade structure area, you can see the footprint of that existing residence that is proposed to be demolished. There's a heavy dotted line that runs east to west through the proposed addition. That's the property line that we're proposing to remove by merging the lots. The string line, as Shelby mentioned, is depicted. It's connecting the closest corners of the 2 adjacent residences. And then finally, there's a 20-foot setback from the top of creek bank identified per Santa Barbara County flood control. And We do have the involvement of Lisa Zeter with LZ Design on the landscape. She unfortunately, she intended to be here and wasn't able to, so I will quickly run through her concept on the landscape for her. If you could stay on that page, it's part of the site plan. So again, we're proposing to remove all of the palm trees and introduce more native riparian and coastal species. Starting at the street, she's showing some western sycamores at the entry gate. Along the creek, she's creating a bay laurel hedge out of shrubs and some island oaks also along the creek for screening. On the east property line, she's introducing some privacy hedging. There's a couple of options noted there. Both options are the same plant material. She's just suggesting either a hedge or what she refers to as an aerial hedge, meaning the canopies are up a little bit higher where the privacy is needed. And those are Podocarpus gracilior, Laurus nobilis, and black acacia. South of the pool and shade structure is an existing Brazilian pepper tree to remain, and she's introducing a second on the other side of the pool, so that shade structure is flanked by Brazilian peppers. The walkways are proposed to be either poured board form concrete or wood boardwalk. There is a small lawn play area on the west side of the pool, a small sand play area just south of the pool, and then a smaller sand area with a fire pit that's nestled into the curve of the seawall and the walkway. There is some limited amount of low discrete fencing intended only to contain the owner's dogs. And so you'll see a couple gates at the existing pathways to the beach. Next page is a floor plan. At the top is the existing plan, and then below it is the proposed plan. I don't know if you're, yeah, there we go. Basically, we're maintaining the north end of the house, the two-car garage, the guest bedroom, the laundry and guest bath. We are filling in that little wedge, which is the current existing entry, and squaring off that wall of the guest bathroom. In the existing living area, we're creating a hall, a small meter room, a walk-in pantry, adding a powder room beneath the stair, and then the bulk of the addition is on the south end. It's a great room on the first floor, and then I'll show you it's the primary bedroom suite on the second floor. On this proposed plan, you can see we've got pocketing doors on the south side to really open it up to the new deck, the new living deck. There's a dormer element you see on the west side at the dining room that I'll talk about on the exterior elevations. And then along the deck on the east side, we have an outdoor shower, pool storage room, and pool equipment. You can go to the next page, which is the second floor. Again, existing plan at the top, proposed at the bottom. There is an existing second floor deck that we are proposing to square off, creating two new kids' bedrooms and a shared bath at the existing great room, and then the proposed addition is the primary bedroom and bathroom suite with a deck that creates some shade on the main living deck on the ground level below. Next page is the roof plan. The existing roof configuration remains. We are proposing to clip all the eaves as well as the roof extension over that deck along the west side. We're proposing a roof material of either standing seam metal or comp shingles. Next page. The next 3 pages will be exterior elevations, again with the existing, if you could scroll up again. Or no, sorry, the other way to the first page so I can see. There we go. So the existing elevation is at the top. So this is the west elevation along the creek. Proposed is at the bottom. The proposed exterior materials are a combination of contrasting wood sidings. One would be a natural tone in combination with a much darker black or almost black siding. We're proposing a dark color aluminum door window system, and again, either a standing seam or comp shingle roof. So stylistically, we want to keep it as a nicely textured wood beach home, but with a more modern aesthetic that's more minimal and simple. The doors and windows are purposefully understated. There's that dormer that I mentioned on the south end. It's on the south end, it's a larger sort of 2-story. It captures a little space at both the dining room below and the master or the primary bedroom above, just to add a little bit of light and also bring the landscaping indoors. There are also some dark painted metal trellis features. There's one over the garage door at the main living deck, and then that freestanding shade structure that's near the pool. You could scroll to the next couple pages. The next page are the north and south elevations, existing at the top, proposed at the bottom. And then the east elevation. And this is, we showed the outline of the adjacent home. This elevation is not very visible. Again, I'll point out there's a lot of those palm trees we've depicted on here. They're all slated to come out. And the hedging will pretty much screen the lower level. A little bit of glass block on this side just for natural light, but privacy. Next page. And we provided a couple of cross sections and one longitudinal section. I'll refer to the bigger section at the bottom. We are proposing to match the existing first floor elevation. But because that existing home has 8-foot ceilings on the ground level, we'd like a little extra height in the living room, the new great room. So we're popping it up another 18 inches. So there is a step up on the second floor into the primary suite. And we're matching the 4 and 12 roof pitch and pushing it up to just below that 28 max allowed height. And then the last page are just a couple of perspective views to give you a little bit of additional information. And that's it.
Thank you. Is that the best depiction we have of the shade structure?
Excuse me?
Is that the best depiction or rendering we have of the shade structure by the pool?
Yes, that perspective number 2. It's really just a 4-post because of wave run up, sea level rise. We can't have any enclosed wall. So it's just a 4-posted structure with a cantilevered, just to create some shade, cantilevered open trellis roof.
Is that a wood structure or metal?
Metal.
Metal, yeah.
How tall
is it?
We might have, I mean, the microphone is now here. We don't have those, so we might have to, let's try that again, David. But go ahead, Robert.
How tall is the shade structure?
I believe it's 8 feet to the underside of the lowest horizontal.
All right. So questions then from the board. We kind of jumped right in. But is that everything, Mary?
Yes, thank you.
Questions from the board? I had another. Hang on.
Are you there, Mary?
I am. Can you hear me?
So sorry, we're having audio difficulties again.
That's okay.
Question is from Ms. Froscher I forgot. Oh, what's the neighbor situation on the east side?
With regard to what?
What does the house look like? How close is it?
If you go back to those photos, well, there's 2 houses. I'm going to try to see if I can show. Yeah, actually, if you go to the page 3 of the PDF, in photo number 1, you can see the existing oceanfront home on that, the oceanfront parcel there, the side of it. And per the site plan, that one is actually almost tight against the property line there. It doesn't comply with any setback. And then the other home you can see in photo 4, just below it. It's heavily landscaped. Can Can you see that off on the right-hand side? Yep, right there.
Okay, and is that a roof deck that they have on their second story?
That's a second floor deck, correct?
Okay, and how, I guess, how does are you impeding views for them out to the west?
You know, with all the landscaping that's in there, they don't have much of a view currently. And I'm trying to see if you go to our site plan,
Those palms are being
you can kind of see their view is really out over that cottage, and they'll still have a little bit of that if they can peek beyond their own landscaping.
Okay. Do we have, does one of these plans, site plans, show the neighboring structure in relation? There we go. That's kind of.
Yes, right there.
So zoom into that one maybe, David?
Mm-hmm. That shows you their second floor deck relative to
Down.
Development.
No, it's to the left.
To the right.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're right, Alex. I'm sorry. Where it says existing neighboring residence, kind of in the middle-ish. Right there.
Yes. Okay. Yes. And then you can see the more oceanfront one that I mentioned was tighter to the property line, just to the left of that.
Okay. Okay, other questions? What about to the west? I'm looking at I guess curious about privacy because you're adding some very large windows that are looking to across the creek. Yeah. Do we have photos maybe that show their facade that face east?
You can see on photograph number 1 on the 3rd page of the PDF, you can see that home across the creek. So the landscaping that we're proposing is intended to create a little bit of privacy.
Okay.
For the
way, not that far, but yeah, not right next door. Okay, that was just a question.
Right.
Other questions from the board? You might have to speak up.
Yeah, how tall is the building on the south side?
Can you hear him?
How tall is the existing house?
No, the proposed addition.
On the south elevation.
Oh, on the south. Yeah, if you look at the sections on the
28.
Yeah, we're using, because we are a 4 and 12 pitch, we're taking advantage of that additional 3 feet, which we need to get a little bit higher ceiling in the new great room on the ground level. But I think you can see on section B, we've got an 8'3" plate at the 2nd floor.
Okay. Any other questions? Nope. Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, raise your hand. All right. See no hands. We'll bring it back to board for comments. Mr. Pujo.
Have any comments? I think well done.
Hey, Chris, you might need to repeat for people because I'm only hearing you.
Okay, that's kind of what I was.
Yes, thank you.
So Alex has no comments. He thinks it's wonderful. Oh, he didn't say wonderful. He said good. Okay, Ms. Frosher.
Yeah, I think it's carefully executed.
She thinks it's carefully executed, and this is going to be brutal.
I think that he probably will want people just.
Probably wants story polls. Yeah.
And there is some big changes to the existing mass of the building. Great that you're eliminating the one closest to the beach, but there's a lot of mass coming up, especially for that second house on the east. that they should be aware of that.
Okay, Mr. Berdiak.
Well, I think it's well done. It's a step forward in aesthetic. They're changing the look of it, but not necessarily a bad thing. It's progress, I guess, to call it.
Okay. Oh, so I guess that shows the dotted line there is the outline of the neighbors to the east on the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Richards, you want to bring that down? Or actually, that's fine. Okay.
I really like the improvements. I think they're appropriate for the area. It's nice that the two lots are merging and that there's going to be one home. I asked about the height of the shade structure because in the perspective, it looks like it's really tall, but that might just be rendering. So some more information on what that shade structure by the pool is going to be would be great. And then on page 14, the fourth perspective that looks at the end of the building, a big mass of black, I think just it reads really dense on the end of the building, but I think that the rendering maybe, I think it's going to be important whatever's going to be grown in front of that to help kind of knock it back a little bit is what I'm getting at. And other than, I think it's a great project. I support it.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Grubb.
I agree with the previous comments. My comment was going to be the same with the black projection at the north end. Other than that, I think the landscape concept looks good. I like the idea of the sand play area carrying up from the beach. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really have much to add. I think it looks very nice. I don't know if you heard Val say it was kind of in between audio issues, but that story poles would be necessary considering it's at the beach. So otherwise, it sounds like favorable comments overall. And you are here for conceptual review. And so, yeah, I think return whenever you're ready. Where do you go next? Work on your CD.
So it sounds like what you'd like to do is further conceptual with a site visit and story polls, or what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So that, yeah, because it won't be able to get preliminary until after approval of the CDH.
Right. Okay. All right. Alex Tuttle, any questions on the comments or,
Nope.
Patience? Mary, are you, do you have any questions or last minute thoughts?
Nope, I think I'm clear. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on. Item number 9, the Kota Bandaloo additions, request of Mehdi Hadishi, agent for Quresh Kota Bandaloo, for conceptual review of first floor additions of approximately 1,068 total square feet. First floor terrace addition of 391 square feet, second floor additions including tower element of 245 square feet and terrace addition of 705 square feet. And there are currently structures on the parcel, 2-story residence of 2,459 square feet and a garage of 640. And this will not require any cut or fill. The property is 2.81 acres located at 3045 Foothill Road in the Toro Canyon area. Last heard June 17th, 2022. And do we have the applicant here? If so, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Mehdi Hadichi. And
so if you can run through this for us in 5 to 10 minutes, that would be.
Yeah, sure. As you mentioned, project is located at Toro Canyon. If we zoom on the upper hand side of the first page at the vicinity map, so that's it. That's the location, and we are adding about 240 square feet, as you mentioned, to the east side of the residence for kitchen addition and dining room addition. And then we're adding 742 square feet on the west side of the residence for the bedroom and bathroom and a TV room. So the second page is basically a survey drawing. And page 3, 4, 5, they are photo. And page number 3, can you please? Yeah, page number 3. On the right-hand side, basically, I have all the photo on the east side of the property, and I showed it by number and arrow of the direction of the photo. So we can just look at it, and the first one, it's looking north at the end of the southeast corner of the property. Then number 2 is a little bit toward the north, and number 3 looking backward to the ocean, to the south. And number 4 is the looking at the entrance of the property, the gate. And number 5, basically, if you look at it on the site plan, I show the location with the arrow. They're looking towards south of the property. And number 6, again, the location on the site plan shows the direction is from northwest corner of the property. We're looking at the property. And number 7, pretty much the same.
Yeah,
So as you see,
I don't, you know, given we want 5 to 10 minute presentation, we don't need every description on every photo. So if you can kind of give us maybe a broader idea of what's the visibility of this from the street and from neighboring parcels, that would be
sure. Sure. Basically, anywhere around the property, the house is not visible. It's all landscape and huge oak trees. You cannot see it. And the page number 2 of the photo basically shows the house. And any question on the character and the?
It's good.
And then page 3 basically is a detailed, more closer photo of the residence. And page 6 is basically shows the existing house and the extent of the demo, which is shows by red. And page 7, it's the color area is the addition area. On the east side, as you see, the kitchen addition is about 8 to 10 feet extension. We're matching the same roof line. And then the west side, the bedroom and the bathroom and the TV room. And then the entrance is about 84 square feet addition to the entrance. And on page 8, basically, we see about, I think, 87 square feet or something for the landing, the staircase to the stair to the tower. And no other changes here. And the page number 9 basically shows the tower and the stair. And page number 10, there are 4 elevations.
Do you have existing elevations?
Pardon me?
You have existing elevations?
Darn, I didn't put it on the drawing. But basically, I mean, I can explain that. If you look at the page number 7, I guess you want to see the elevation. Yeah. I'm sorry, I just totally forgot about the existing.
Okay. We'll do
And the last page, there are section.
Right.
And one thing I just want to mention, Mr. Chair, this project was approved land use was issued about a couple of years ago. We got approval from land use. And then they told us we can submit for the building permit. So we hired all the consultants, structural, mechanical, electrical, and we finished the work and a detail, and then we submitted for building permit. And then they told us your permit will expire. So we went to renew the permit for the land use, and they said, well, we made a mistake. You have to go to SPAR.
Okay, so this project was approved as shown.
Exactly. Yeah. And the owner is really unhappy, and I'm in a big trouble. So, so that's the situation.
Or before,
Did it go through design review at SBAR previously?
or it just went into the building?
No,
It just went to the building
no.
department.
Planning department told us they made a mistake the first time. They didn't tell us.
To go to SBAR.
Correct.
Wow. Okay. David, would you care to comment on that? Okay.
How high is the tower and how does that fit into all the height requirements?
How high is that?
Yeah.
What's the height of the tower?
It's 27. On the section, I have the height of the tower. It's about 9 feet. Let's see. It's about 10 feet. If you look at on section
Here,
one,
here, from there. to
it's
there.
it's about 4 or 5 feet above the existing ridge line at second floor.
But how does it fit into, what kind of ridge line requirement do you have and how do you fit into that?
We are 3 side, we're okay. The south side, a little bit, the roof part project to the limit.
Is that, so on the right side of the proposed east-west section, is that heavy dashed line
Correct.
That's the maximum height? And so is this considered what, an architectural projection?
That's the architecture.
Does it have a floor in it, that upper story?
Yeah, it's just the tower that has a great ocean view, and the owner want to use that as a, it's just the for visual. It's nothing else there.
So in a case like this, if it's a tower element used for habitable space, it would need to fall under, in order to get the height exceedance, like be considered an architectural projection essentially.
They consider architectural projection. That's what
Hold on, you're limited to 400 square feet or 10% of the total roof area, whichever is less.
Okay, so
and up to a max of 8 feet higher than the max height, within up to the discretion of the board.
Okay, so is this less than 400 square feet or whatever the other thing was?
It looks like less than 400. I'm not sure.
It's 245.
Okay, and that's less than 10% of the overall, I'm sure.
How much higher are you above the max height to the peak?
10%. What's the other rule? 10% of the whole area of the house or the roof?
10% of the roof area of the house, yeah.
Roof area of the house. What's the roof area of the house, Mr. Hadichi?
I don't have the square footage. I mean, it's easy to find out, but I didn't figure it out, the square footage out.
Okay. Well, the first floor is 2752, so it's probably more than that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be okay.
Looks like it'll be okay.
But the other one was, it has to be less than 8 feet over the max height. What is,
Well,
that one looks like?
that looks less than 8 feet.
Does
Close,
it?
because there's a dimension just to the right there that says what, 9'10". So if you bring that up, it's less than.
Okay.
To get to this point.
Right.
It looks like it's going to make it.
Okay. Where are we? Anything else to present?
No, that's all. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We didn't spend much time on the elevations. Maybe we can go back up. And let's bring it to the board for questions.
The elevation so we can see.
So obviously we're going to need to see existing and proposed. Helpful if they're on the same page oftentimes.
There's another PDF in there
that has existing.
Yeah, it's 13405 Foothill Architectural.
Oh, yeah. I upload the construction set. This is the construction. This is what we were submitting for I have there complete everything.
Well,
thank you.
Yeah,
there it is, right there. So each
Okay.
elevation, this is like south, and the bottom one is the demo and the existing.
That's a big one there.
Yeah. Okay. Questions?
How high are the walls to create the new terraces in front of the house like that?
The wall, it's here doesn't show, but the rendering shows that the landscape goes about the wall. Probably you see the varies from 3 feet to 4 feet.
Looks a lot taller than that in this.
Yeah.
But this is just the computer drawing, but if you look at the picture, the photo I have on the south elevation, you don't barely see the wall.
Out the stairwell you're showing in front of the house looks like it's more than 4 feet to get up into the house.
Yeah, is that mounded up in front of that terrace like this drawing indicates on the proposed side?
Well, I mean, I think the photo, it's more accurate than my rendering. I didn't want to just put all the planting in front of the structure.
Well, you're high fire too, so you gotta be careful with that. So
Yeah.
what are you referring to?
So if you look at the page number 4, the top of the right-hand side, you see it in front of you. Barely, you cannot see anything of the wall. Page number 4, on the right-hand side, top of the page, the south elevation, right there. Yeah, see, both of them, you see the south of you. Barely, you can see the wall, all the landscape.
Okay. Other questions? I had one about it looks like you have a lot of new terraces and very exposed. And so what's the plan for sun protection on top, I guess mainly the second floor?
It's basically, I'm trying to match with the existing situation. I mean, I didn't want to introduce any other architectural element because they have a beautiful ocean view, and that's what the owner didn't want to have anything blocking the view.
Right. I guess the question insinuates that he won't be out there if it's too hot, looking at the ocean view. But okay, just a question. Maybe can we go to the site, the floor plans, because that I think shows it well. It's just down a few. There you go. That one. Okay. Okay. Great. Any other questions? Okay. Anyone from the public that would like to speak on this? If so, please raise your hand. Okay. See no one. Back to the board for comments.
I have one question. What are the floor heights in the tower?
Sorry, go ahead.
What are the floor heights in the tower?
9'10".
9 foot 10 inches
Correct.
The tower?
on both levels, or I mean, there's 3 levels.
No, just the tower is 9 foot 10, but the second floor is 8 feet. First floor is 8 feet.
The top of the tower is 9'10", and then floors underneath that are 8.
Oh no, the floor underneath it, it's 12 feet entrance hall. If you look at the section last page on
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, can we zoom in on that?
yeah, on page section number,
Yeah.
Or lower.
that's section number 1, east-west section number 1.
So
Section number 1.
Going above, okay, the other one. I guess.
Go up.
That's the section, yeah. On the right-hand side, Yeah, I mean, there, that was okay too. I mean, both of them, that's the entrance hall you see with the chandelier. So I tried to make that it's 12 feet high entrance hall.
So are we, oh, so we're going to comments, Val?
Well, I guess I feel like the tower doesn't need to be as tall as it is. In the elevations, it's really dramatically taller than particularly like in this section, the building part to the right. It just seems like it could come down and still have the desired effect.
Okay. Mr. Pujo?
Can you blow that up a little bit? Yeah, that one. Yeah. So that's 910. And can you show me the exterior elevations, David, please?
Rendered ones?
Yeah, the rendered one. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. A little bit, can you shrink? Yeah, you see the other ones. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how visible this thing is.
You cannot see from anywhere.
Yeah, it does appear the tower to be tall, but then it's not that large of an element. I'm not that concerned about that.
Okay, is that it?
That's it.
I have a question, I guess. Do we have Alex Jimenez present at all? I just want to make sure that, you know, or a question for the applicant then. What, has anything changed since you just went into the building department in order to prepare for this?
Nothing changed, no.
Yeah, okay. All right,
it really doesn't, I mean, you know, it's, I guess it's useful to know, but at this point, that prior permit would have expired. So,
okay, so it doesn't matter.
Doesn't really matter.
Shouldn't have design review anymore.
You're looking this like you're looking at this as a new project.
Okay, good. Mr. Richards, comments?
I'd like to have a better understanding of how high the walls are, or like where the new terraces are being constructed, because in the architectural set, it reads like they're really big walls. So, and maybe that leads into the necessity to understand how the landscaping is going to work with these new walls. And then my other comment would be that the amount of square footage of the new terraces seems like it's a lot, but I'll also say because of this project doesn't seem like it's very visible, so who am I to tell these people how big a terrace they can have? So
do you want it as a comment?
I think that no,
the height of the walls makes sense.
Yeah, due to the visibility of this project, I'm not concerned about what's going on. So
okay, Ms. Grubb, comments?
Yeah, I agree about the retaining wall comment, and I feel similarly about the terraces, and maybe it's study some shade options, but well, yeah, I'll hold off on it. So.
Okay, so is there a landscape plan, or are you planning to do one?
No, if you desire, the board desire, we'll make it, because see the west side, if you look at the photos, there's a driveway, it's about 80 feet with the poplar stone, and now instead of 80 feet would be 60 feet based on the addition we are doing it. So it's going to be the same configuration. If you look at the page number 4 in the lower picture, in the lower right hand side, Page number 4. You're ready to see? It's 80 feet. So it's going to be 60 feet after the new addition. Basically, we're repeating the same condition in terms of the landscape. And the east side addition is basically is a natural vegetation. There's no design landscape.
Okay, I don't see numbers. Which one am I looking at? Which one's number 4?
Page number 4, yeah. That's I think it's in lower right hand side.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I guess I'm kind of with everyone else. I think it's not visible, but I mean, I hear foul, and especially if you go to the elevations again, the bottom right. That's the second to last page. Maybe. Yeah, just the difference in elevation between that tower and the wing of the house on the left is extreme. And it almost looks like without the house or without the tower, it'd be sort of side loaded, but then the tower interrupts it. But yeah, it seems like something wants to bridge between the tower and that left side. Or I mean, I guess it would be a recommendation to consider lowering the tower.
Yeah, I just think it would look more in proportion with everything else if it was maybe below or something like that.
So,
May I say something about the tower? I don't mind to reduce the height of the tower, but then the primary element I try to be in this elevation to be tower. If I bring it down, that element is going to compete with the twist story. It's going to be too close, and the proportion. I mean, I don't mind, but that was my. I mean, I really sketched quite a bit on the tower to figure out the height. It's going to be kind of a chubby tower.
okay, well, it sounds like people don't feel too strongly about that, and considering that's not visible from anyone. Yeah.
How do you want me to reflect this issue in the minutes, Chris?
So I don't know, Alex.
Want to take a straw vote or?
Yeah, or site visit.
Just drive by it.
Yeah, I think maybe the solution for us to do a drive in the area and take a look from the road, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
We don't have to schedule and you can just drive by, take a look. See where the house is.
Story pole the tower. Like going too far, or just drive by? Because it's, I mean,
really hard
it's hard to tell. Can we go to the existing elevations again? This feature.
Maybe if you go on Google Maps, right?
There we go. So
Yeah, I mean, it looks very substantial.
That's the view from the back of the house, though, right?
yes, we go.
Can we go to the other page? Elevations.
Okay, so that's the front of the house that faces the street. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
But you know, if you look at, excuse me, if you look at on page 3, the photo on the upper right-hand side it will show you cannot see anything of the building. It shows all the high, big oak tree. On page 3, upper right-hand side, upper side, it shows the photo from the street. Upper right-hand side. Yeah, right there. See, you cannot see any part of the building anywhere. I mean, I picked at all this picture I have. It shows around the property. You barely can see anywhere anything of the building.
And he ought to go ahead and label the height.
Oh, I don't know if he was hearing any of that.
Um,
I was muted. Alex, oh God. Did Alex Tuttle, I think I need to recap. I don't know if you were hearing what we were saying, but the comments are as follows. So the board would like to see a landscape plan for areas around the new additions, showing existing landscape and hardscape and new hardscape. Okay, that's one comment. Second is the board wants to do a drive-by to see the site from the street, and that this would return to the full board for further conceptual, preliminary, and final at the next, whenever they're ready.
And
So
can you add that he go ahead and label the tower with the heights that are the factors that
yeah,
we're looking at?
and
you know,
applicant
that
to I guess show the
how much above the height it is.
right
the
what
square
to
footage.
bring it in line with the what do you call it, the ordinance for an architectural projection, and demonstrate that it meets the criteria
Okay.
for that exemption. Does that make sense, Mr. Tuttle?
I think so.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. So how do we schedule that drive-by? Is it just
No,
any time between now and then?
Yeah.
Encourage people to go.
Yeah.
Okay. And so maybe David, can you send us an email to that effect? Anytime. Maybe when this is approaching again, or it could be whenever you feel it's appropriate.
I mean, he could, I'm not sure if he can schedule to come next time, but if the agenda starts slow, we can, I mean, he has all the
It's
documents,
not
right?
slow.
Right? No,
It's
we're
not
not slow anymore.
And I don't know,
Okay.
I mean, as a landscape plan, I don't know if he has details
Okay,
and all that yet.
all right.
Okay.
I have, I'm sorry, I have the detail, but not landscape.
Sorry, say that again.
I have the details,
Okay. Okay, so
but not landscape.
Okay. Yeah, so you just get with your planner and come back as soon as you can. And we'll All right, thank you. Moving on to the final item of the day, item number 10, LSB LLC, new single-family dwelling and accessory structures. Request of Mark Lloyd, agent for PLSB LLC, for further conceptual review of a new 5,682 gross square foot single-family dwelling, 786 square foot detached garage with 695 square foot attached above, an 800 square foot guest house with a 415 attached pool cabana, detached 400 square foot greenhouse and a generator. This will require 1,750 cubic yards of cut, excuse me, and 3,950 cubic yards of fill. So 2,200 cubic yards of import. This is a 2-acre parcel located at 393 Padaro Lane in Carpinteria area. Heard several times, but last time is November 19th, 2021. And do we have the applicant here with us? Please state your name for the record. Just to
Yes,
clarify, sorry, Mark, before you jump in, the reason this is before you again today again for conceptual. Actually, Alex, can you start over again?
Sure. And Mark was probably going to mention it as well, but just the reason it's before you again today for conceptual is they made a few changes to their project.
Okay. And so we also have our comments from last time, which was only 2. I'll just read those real quick. So comment A, reduce lawn and soften existing wall and angles by ground landscaping on the side of lawn. Board is split on the size and massing of the residence. Some members still believe the main residence is a bit too large. So,
is there a planner memo, by the way? Just wondering.
No, I didn't see one yesterday in the folder, and David shaking his head no. So, Mr. Lloyd, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable board members. My name is Mark Lloyd from LMP Consultants, and I'm representing the applicant. Today with us, I have Paul Rubinson of Appleton Partners as the architect. And we've also have a presentation from Althouse Mead as to some of the circumstances that have developed since your last review. And to be direct, after our last BAR or meeting, and as we were going through the planning department process to go forward to our CDH, there was an event on the property where there was a migration aggregation of monarch butterflies on the property. The aggregation started in around in the December area and progressed through to January. And we had our project biologist monitor that initially, and then we brought in Dan Mead from Althouse Mead to facilitate the data collection and then help us with resolving issues as to design as may be impacted by the aggregation occurrence and event. To be candid with you, it's my understanding that this aggregation, which at one point was up to 35,000 monarchs, is possibly the largest migration aggregation observed, at least in the North American continent. So anyway, that caused us to rethink the project based on a posture for the project now to enhance that monarch habitat. What we would like to do is make a short presentation to you by Dan Mead so that you can understand some of the factors that are contributing to this habitat and ways that this habitat could be enhanced. And then from that, we would lead into the changed architectural design and then into your deliberations. But some of the key issues here is that you may have recalled that there was a a detached garage on the project that has now been eliminated and reconstituted into a garage, a two-story garage with a loft in the second story and a combined two-story cabana and guest house. And Dan's presentation will be more fulsome and illustrative as to the whats and whys of that design and placement. So I take it that Dan is on this call.
Actually, Dan needs to be promoted also.
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
Dan needs to be promoted to a panelist also. And given that you have multiple presenters, again, just a reminder, let's try and, keep this short and sweet. And so whenever, let's see, looks like Dan is just about ready. So
Yeah, I think Dan's presentation shouldn't be any more than about 10 minutes. So, and I think you'll get the important points as to the habitat parameters and criteria.
let's go with 5.
It's late in the day if you guys.
Yes, we understand.
This is the BAR, so try to focus as much just on the design.
Okay.
Okay, yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can.
Very good. And are we going to have the presentation shared from?
I think it's the second tab at the top, meeting materials. There's a PowerPoint. It says box on the left. Go over 2 more to the left.
Meeting materials.
And okay. Because there should be a presentation in there.
I guess go to their folder. See what's going on.
Okay.
I mean, I guess the question is this, having to do with design aesthetics? Because we understand the value of the butterfly habitat. So I just want to make sure that, the purview of our board is aesthetics mainly.
Yeah, it does have a direct relationship to the placement, massing, and configuration of the buildings on the site.
So we're not seeing anything in the folder. Yeah.
Would it be possible for me to share my screen? I can pull up Dan's slides.
Is it any of those 3?
No, unfortunately, it's not.
Sure. We were conceptual. So yes, we'll give, who wants the power here? Paul?
If you do Paul Rubison, I can share my screen and I'll bring all those exhibits up. Let's see.
Yeah, he probably can't hear you. So yeah, go ahead, Paul, and also send it to Bill Lobos when you have it.
And I could share that as well if that works out.
Do you have it on hand?
I do.
Okay.
Okay. And if I can find where that control is, there we go.
Above your screen says screen share.
Got it.
Yeah.
And host it's disabled participant screen sharing.
You should be okay now.
Okay, I'll try that again.
Okay.
There we go. Is that up yet?
Not yet.
Okay, there we go.
You might need, oh, there you go.
Okay, well, starting off here, of course, you recognize this is the location. And what I'll just point out here is that this particular site is just kind of a classic configuration for monarch butterflies. It has a circle of protective vegetation here, and some structures on site that also serve to provide some shelter and wind protection. And at this location, that's a really important factor for monarch butterflies, to have protection from winds, and then also a good body of vegetation that provides shelter and reductions in some of the temperature and humidity extremes that they experience. To correct one point that Mark made is that this aggregation site highest number was counted at 25,000 this year, not 35,000, but 25,000. That was still 1/10 of the population of the Western monarch population that aggregated along the coast of California. So that was the most significant site in November in California was right here on this property. And what creates this property, again, is a combination of the vegetation and also some of the structures. So when we first heard about this proposed project, we were concerned regarding what effect it would have on this site. And we did a number of extensive studies to examine just what was going on the site with respect to the factors that are important for monarch butterfly aggregation. What I'm showing you here now is a slide, a part of that analysis that was done. These are called hemispherical photographs. And what this helps us to do is look at the site, look at the canopy cover, and then evaluate where there are vulnerabilities in the site as far as the wind penetration to the site and the protection for butterflies. And I don't know if my colleague Stuart is on or not, but I'll go ahead and try and explain all this. What this identified on the site, and this was after a lot of analysis and photography over the site of these types of images, that allowed us to identify two vulnerabilities at the aggregation tree site. And one of them is this south gap, and the other one is a northwest gap in this location. And these are important because in the site, there was a peak of aggregation activity in late November and into December. And then after the storms affected the area through some of these gaps, the population dropped dramatically. So it went from 25,000 down to about 7,000 in January, and then reduced further than that as the time went on. And we had storm events during that time period. So we identified these areas as vulnerable. This is another shot that's over right exactly where the clustering occurs. This location where my cursor is the clustering tree, this redwood tree that's there. And then this is the south gap down towards where the proposed building would be. Well, one of the things we identify is that this gap is very important along with this other western gap. And if we can do something to fill in these locations and provide a little bit more protection from wind, this would be an improvement to the site. So additional analysis that Stu Weiss has done includes these types of interpolated exposures. And I don't have to interpret this for you, but just to say that this particular location is protected from a lot of areas. It's a little more exposed from the west and the south. And then we also looked at the generalized wind patterns from this area and found that a lot of wind tends to come from the western side, which is where that one exposure is. And that's a vulnerability of the site. And one of the reasons perhaps that the monarchs left. So this is an initial take as far as what the vulnerabilities are on the site. Then what we wanted to do is look at what the existing conditions were and whether we could model the wind patterns through there and then place what the proposed project is into those sites and do another model run and see what effect that would have on the wind patterns and the acceptability of the site and the desirability of the site for monarch butterflies. So what we did is took the existing site plan and we built a model of the trees on the site and put in the buildings. And then we used also the proposed buildings and changes on the site and put those in another model. And we ran wind models on this. And we did have, after a few runs, we did have some adjustments made on the proposed site. And so that's where the building comes into place. We actually found that an increase in height on these buildings was helpful, and I'll show you those model runs. And again, these are the vulnerabilities that were identified on the site, existing here on the west side, and this gap on the south side. This is the location of the aggregation tree on the site. And in particular, in this south side location, there's trees that are outside of it that also provide a function for windbreak. And we wanted to see what would happen if this building was placed in this location and basically took the place of some of these trees. So we commenced some modeling runs on this. And this is the output for that. And if you want any technical details, I do have our modeling expert, Kyle Neeson, on the line as well. I guess he's not as a presenter right now. So, but what this shows is that there really is no negative result from having these trees removed and this project built here from a wind directly from the south. And that's the southern exposure, southern vulnerability. We also added another tree here in that location to help reinforce this gap a bit. And we added some trees over on the west side along with increasing the height of this building. What this does is it reduces the wind in the aggregation site, and it gets it just about a little bit, actually a little bit improved over the existing condition per the model run. Well, we also looked at that vertically to see what it would do vertically through the canopy, and this is the dark, these orange colors are a higher wind velocity, the bluer colors are a lower wind velocity. And this is modeling a wind from through that south gap with the building in place. And what we show is there's a reduction in wind velocity at the top of the tree. And that's an improvement. That's a benefit for monarch butterflies. So that's, we can consider that an enhancement for the site. We can look at that a couple of different ways. This is with a little bit of an oblique view to get another angle on it. And you can see that in this location, our wind, it decelerates at the top when the building's in place. Now, one of the things we did note is that the height of this building is an asset for protecting the site. And so if we can get this building a little higher, we as butterfly folks would appreciate that. But that's one of the design factors I guess you'd have to consider, is that does some good to have a higher building here. And then
Question?
Yes.
Is this the first instance of this being, you know, a monarch butterfly habitat this year?
No, it was noted in 2015 is becoming a spot. And, you know, there's been a number of places along Padero Lane. I've been looking at these sites for 33 years now, and the locations where aggregations have occurred has changed over time. So that depends on the conditions at a site. And, you know, it used to be down the road at 3177, I believe it was. And, you know, one of the, it's varied over time. So there have been different butterfly habitat or different aggregations that have occurred in different areas along Padero. But kind of looking at this area here, you can see as far as the amount of protection that is here right now compared to other areas along Padero, I can understand why the butterflies chose this location.
Okay, and
yeah,
would potentially come back then year after year.
We would expect that they would be back next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that we need to share that affects the aesthetics of this architecture?
That's a good question. I'll just show you one more example, and that is the results from over on the West Gap. And that we see a pretty dramatic reduction when we have that building included, reduces the velocity of wind across the site. We think this is an important enhancement because we feel that probably the winds from the west were the ones that drove the large numbers out during December and January and reduced the population size at this location. And so we modeled that both with the existing conditions and then the building in place. And that made quite a difference. This is the vertical view of the wind penetration. And this is what happens after that building is in place, along with a few trees that would be placed out here. And the owners have been very generous as far as what types of trees that we can actually place in this. It'd be substantial sized trees that would go in that location. So that's the view through the Western Gap. This is the actual aggregation tree. You can see how this is a pretty wide open area. This existing building now. And then this is a photo of the South Gap. It's an open area. And replacing this with a building in that location would again reduce the wind patterns in that site. And so would be an overall, we feel it would be an enhancement to the site, and certainly would not be a detriment to the site.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dan. So, Mr. Chair, next we'd like to move into the presentation by Paul Rubinson of the changed architectural feature.
Got it. So quickly before that, I have a question here from Ms. Froscher. It's a butterfly question.
Yes.
Why they fixed that aggregation?
I'm sorry, I could barely hear that.
I think she asked why did the butterflies choose that tree for aggregation?
Yeah, well, one of the reasons, again, is the wind flow patterns and the protection that it has. And you look at the location of this, that tree is right here. It's protected very well on the north and the east, and it provides a little bit of a shaded area on this side. This is right about where the aggregations occurred. We're on the east side of this redwood tree and then along the eucalyptus on this side. And that's well protected from the north and the east. It's fairly well protected from the south and the southwest winds. It has a lot of vegetation around it, so it provides humidity and temperature amelioration for the extremes. And it also is why this gap was important, because they were on the backside of this tree in a protected area from winds that were blowing this way.
And what species is that?
This tree?
Yeah.
That's a redwood.
Okay.
California redwood.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So on to Paul. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Excellent, thank you. If we could pull up the drawing set that you have on file, I'll take you through the design changes as a result of the habitat that is existing on this property. And while you switch over the screen, actually, do you need to stop your share?
No, he can get it. He just needs.
Okay, great. But I was just going to say that, you know, when these first started to appear on site, you know, Dan, when he came on the tree, told us that, you know, he had noticed this pattern, but there had been no formal documentation in the public record for this property. So it was a surprise to the owner and the client, and also to the design team. So immediately we wanted to onboard a specialist. We reached out to Dan and his team and discussed, you know, what is best for this property. Is there a path forward? And fortunately, we've got a client that, you know, they were initially frustrated because, you know, they were expecting to be moving through the approval process at this point, but they understood the importance of this property and said, what is the best way to move forward and enhance what we have and not be a detriment to it. So Dan's team has been instrumental in kind of advising us on the best way to address the design elements that would contribute to protecting this property. So this right here, we're looking at the civil exhibits, which we touched on, the placement of the buildings. If you actually move to the next couple of slides, we'll talk about, this is the survey. These are the existing conditions. We've got an existing structure here in that northwest corner where we have the gap, and you can actually see a break between the tree canopies here. But, you know, one of the things we said to Dan is let's, you know, continue to build within the footprint of the existing structures, but, you know, slightly modified because we're going to observe the side yard setbacks. And then, you know, what you'll actually see in the next slides, how we started looking at the canopies of the trees. So for the initial approach was we were going to be removing a lot more of the trees on the property, but now we came to the conclusion that we need to protect and maintain as many of these trees as possible. We've been working with our arborist on what type of pruning is appropriate and needed. And we want to take a very cautious hand at doing that process. But you can see actually right here dashed in the proposed accessory building. Initially, we had that detached garage with a storage room above it here among, you know, where these trees are located. So we said, well, we have to move it out of here. And Dan pointed out that the having more roof area at this gap would be ideal for the wind variables. So that's when we said, well, why don't we combine all of our accessory structures, and that would allow us to use both buildings and proposed new planting to help as a windbreak in this area. You can also see we've got this canopy. These are eucalyptus trees, are some of the trees where we found monarch butterflies, and it actually cradles around to this side here. And so we actually set the building just beyond the edge of those canopies. And then we have a few smaller trees that are within the footprint of the building that we're working with Dan's team to relocate on the property and use those established trees with, you know, taller canopies to again act as more of a windbreak. We're also bringing in some substantial island oaks, and you'll see that in our next slide where we're presenting placement of those. And actually this one here was also a study that we presented to the planning department, basically exhibiting the different constraints and you know, conflicting constraints that we had on the property because of the habitat and potential buffers. And then we moved from this one to the next slide of our site development plan, where we said, here in the light green are all the trees that we are going to maintain. You have a series of darker trees where Dan was pointing them out in his slideshow. You have two that are just off to the side of the main house. And then you have three behind that accessory building, which are the island oaks, which are going to help fill in those gaps and move the air pattern higher, which is what Dan was showing in those 3D analytical views. Also, you'll notice that we had that greenhouse that we showed in our previous SBAR hearing that is to the south of the main house. It was the structure that anyone who made a site visit to review the story poles, there was erected on the site that it's a prefab structure that we want to locate here closer to the south end of the property. And this, we actually, in the civil drawings, we have a berm that comes around here. And between the berm, the placement of that building, it helps to kind of like bump the wind up at higher levels and, you know, over the roof of the main house, over the tree canopies. And that is part of the analysis we've done to push that air pattern not just around, but higher over the agitation areas.
All just so you know, we can't see your cursor when you're showing areas.
You know, I realized that partway through. I'll try and make sure I'm explaining verbally. So
up here soon too, I think. So yeah, the berm is in front of where David's pointing.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
That's correct. Thank you, David. And actually, if we can move to the next one, I think in the interest of time, we can go through a number of these exhibits you've seen before. These are some of our basic site details. And then the next few slides are going to be the building. That's the crawl space. The floor plan is very similar to what you've seen previously, so we can move through these. And where I'd like to come next is, past this one, the roof plan. And then on the next slide, you'll see the exterior. Oh, I'm sorry. We have our accessory building. So this is actually the 2-story accessory building. At the top right, you'll see the garage. We have an exterior stair that goes to the storage room / laundry facility that's above that garage. And then on the lower level, so it's in the bottom right-hand corner of that sheet, we have a cabana. And then we basically reworked that cabana guest house that we had previously proposed for this area. So we have the cabana, we have an exterior door to a staircase that takes you up to the guest house that's above it.
So can you sum up real quick for the main house? What you said it's close to what it was before. What are the differences? What changed on the main house?
The only real difference is that as part of this analysis, we are taller, which means that there's just been minor adjustments to the interior, primarily with the stair, for a taller level change from the first floor to the second floor. If you go to the next page.
How much? What's the height? What's the difference?
We went up 2 feet 8 inches. Now there's a modification for properties. Actually, the land use development code actually cites properties with habitats are a cause to allow for a 10% increase in building height. So we did present that to the planning department. We reviewed that with our biologist team, and our biologist said, absolutely, the extra, 2 foot 8 inches that we added to the building height does create a better windbreak for the butterflies on that south gap.
Okay, anything else?
Everything else in here, we do have just the enlarged plan of the greenhouse, which you've seen before. And we do have an updated conceptual landscape plan at the very end of the set, which just kind of shows the plant palette, similar to what we presented before, just a few modifications because we are keeping a lot more of the planting material on the property compared to the previous scheme.
But Paul, we do have the elevations that you just paged by for the revised combined accessory building, which is a
Yes.
totally new building.
It is, and it looks very different from what you've seen previously. If you want to go back to, that was 3.3, I believe.
Right there.
Yes, right there. So that's what the accessory building looks like today.
Right? Isn't that completely different?
Yes, yeah, it is.
There was a couple of different structures before, and it was further into the site. And okay. So this is
Yeah.
new.
So we've combined them here.
Yeah. Okay.
And what's the overall height now of the octagon? Can we go to the octagon?
What's the overall height of the octagon now? The peak?
It is 30 feet 8 inches.
Okay.
And you were doing quite a bit of grading to fill in.
Want to sit here? They can't hear. Unless, if you want to, we can move over, or we can try those things again, the microphones.
And you were still grading up the land underneath the octagon, right? To raise the finished floor level from what the grade is now.
There is a little bit of grading around the building, but we've reduced the amount of grading on the site from what we had previously because we're leaving a lot more of the existing planting in place.
Right.
Yeah, but most of the fill is actually happening between the main house and the seawall, or the wall by the seawall to the south, to the ocean side of the property.
Right.
Landscape plan at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's to meet the wave run-up criteria that our hydrogeologist has done.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But the finished floor of the octagon is the same as it was.
Virtually, it is 18.5. We have not changed the finished floor of that structure, nor of the combined accessory structure. That's still at 22 or 22.5.
That's correct. Yeah.
So you've added another, or is there already a second entrance there where that looks like a hammerhead turnaround?
Oh,
yeah.
So yeah, we wanted to create a way to come into the site that was separate from the area closest to the redwood. So what we proposed is a second entrance that is closer to the east side of the property. That's correct.
Yeah, we wanted to take out new construction activity that would be occurring near the aggregation sites. So as you can see into the garage, we have our direct 90-degree driveway right into the property and then a right-hand turn. And so we moved and introduced a second opening away from the habitat.
And so how do you, turn around once you get into the site on that western? Is that is that a sort of a dirt road, a ring road around?
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, that is an unpaved walking path.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So no cars there.
So no car. So how do you, turn around in the site?
So, in this layout here, which is on the architectural plan, we'll need to introduce some sort of little 5-foot backup area so that you can back up and make the 3-point turn out of that driveway.
This is very preliminary site planning then, or is this your, conceptual or preliminary landscape plan?
Well, I would say that spatially, this is what we're doing, and the grades are there. There would be an add-on there for the back out. Quite frankly, wasn't thinking about that at the time.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Anything else you need to present so we can move on to questions here from the board?
I think that wraps up our presentations, specifically recognizing the hour of the day.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Questions from the board?
I have a question. So this is the turnaround, the fire the fire turnaround, is that what this is?
Correct.
And from here, so there's no path, it's a path that goes through this southern gap, so to speak, into the house. This connects, right, somewhere in here?
Well, that wouldn't be able to be used, would it, for parking? Unless they put an extension on it.
But I guess the fireman would use it, right?
Yeah.
They'll just run through the bushes.
Yeah. Is there intent to use that, or is that only for fire department turnaround? To use that on a basis?
I mean, we were thinking it'd be also a way that you could deliver stuff closer to the main house and be able to, you know, whether it's dropping off groceries or what have you. But it would not be used on a regular basis. You would basically be coming in to park at the garage.
Yeah, its function and intent is to satisfy the fire department requirements.
And if you have additional cars, would you park in here, or where would you park?
Well, the cars would be parked in the garage. There's a 2-car garage.
No, I mean, if you have a party with 20 people, where would they go?
I mean, we could create a gravel area for that adjacent to the guest house.
You know, it's not I'm asking for it, but it's going to happen. I mean, I just the way people live, they will break through here, and this could be the parking area, right? Is that? I mean,
or not even parties. I mean, it's almost 6,000 square foot house. So imagine you're going to have family gatherings.
More than 2 cars.
More than 2 cars. Yeah, at some point. So just something to consider then.
Yeah, and then also, if this is used for something, then I guess the southern gap is going to have to be reworked, because there's going to be some deliveries or whatever it is to get to either this point or some other access point, right? I mean, you're bringing, you know, some kind of a heavy equipment or something, heavy furniture, and you drop it off here, and you have to carry. I don't know.
They can't see your pointer.
Oh, okay. They cannot see the pointer?
Oh,
I can see it.
David.
Oh, no, this one too, right? I mean, they can see it.
No.
No?
I could see it.
We can see, I think it's David's pointer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and you know, Mark, I don't know if we want to go back to the other site exhibit, but I mean, basically what we want to do is present these changes to the project scope, and also discuss the complications of the project that we're working with, so that we can get some feedback from the board and develop it further, so that when we come back for preliminary and final, we can present a more developed final scheme for this. We had a lot of factors at play. One other thing that we should make sure we address, though, that is identified in the site plan, is the string line, because I know that was something that our planner wanted to make sure that we addressed today.
Okay. Has this structure moved since we saw it last, the octagon?
We did, so that we could avoid that row of canopies that of the eucalyptus trees that J-hook around and in front of the house.
Okay.
Yeah, so the house generally moved, I believe it was about 6 or 7 feet to the south and 3 or 4 feet to the east.
Okay, great. So let's bring it back to comments. Alex, do you have any more comments?
Yes.
Well, I was asking questions. I don't have the comments.
Oh,
yet.
we're still in questions. I'm sorry. That just keeps going.
So what are, I think you should list the changes. One is the octagon. You propose the octagon to move 6 feet to the south and 4 feet to the east.
Approximately.
And to lift it 32 inches, 2 feet 8 inches, right?
Correct.
Correct.
That's one. The second thing you propose is the road going to the fire road. That's another thing. The third thing you're asking for is to change the guest house and what is it called? What is this thing called? Guest
cabana.
house and cabana. And that one goes from, it was 2 stories and became 2, you know, it was 2 separate structures and became one. Is that?
Yeah,
that's correct.
Correct.
They were both 2 stories. Then now they're put together. Is that it?
That's correct.
Okay, and the size is more or less the same, or what? Of the.
Yeah, he's shaking his head yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's correct.
And then the pattern, the the pedestrian pattern, is that a new thing? That's new, right? Or I don't remember. Yeah.
It was different.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Other questions?
What is the landscape plan in the center of the pedestrian ring?
So currently there is an orchard there that's not in, the best of shape. So what we want to do is we're showing a native mix right now. We want to have a, maintain softscape, landscaping, gravel pathways, et cetera, in that area. We're trying to minimize anything that would be a hard surface or create any sort of heat generated from that. So it's proposed for planting out.
Yes, and we're also contemplating, pursuant to the biologist recommendations, is that we get some pollen generators in there, because that helps enhance the habitat for the monarchs also.
I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Comments right now.
Or questions now?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the dark green trees are the new island oaks, and then what are the blue trees along?
Those are the existing.
Remain.
No, the dark blue, like behind the pair of oaks, the darker blue.
By the
trees.
turnaround?
Yeah, by the fire truck turnaround. What are those?
Okay, so those right there, it's a Monterey cypress is what we're proposing.
The two of them, right? The larger circle?
Yeah. And I mean, we're going to be further developing this, but we had an idea that Monterey cypress, some California sycamore, some coast redwood, those type of trees would be other trees that we could also plant among, around the perimeter of the property and filling in some of these areas. But the major ones that we've been analyzing for their windbreak and finding, we actually located some sizable species that they use for their data analysis of the island oaks.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So that's questions. Any, is there anyone? No, there's no one, no public comment. There's no one in attendees and there's no one in the audience. So back to the board for comments. Ms. Grubb.
I don't see any issues with the adjustments of the structures, and that I appreciate protecting the habitat and enhancing it. I do think the site planning still needs some significant study. I don't think the pedestrian or the vehicular circulation is quite successful yet. The looped pathway seems a little bit roundabout to the front door. And I just feel like the outdoor living spaces can be better integrated with the habitat and the existing landscape. So.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with the proposal. The idea that the octagon is to be moved closer to the beach and to the center of the property to have more prominence and a better view and be taller. I haven't problems with that. And I think there are issues with the circulation. I think the parking situation is not well addressed yet. I wonder if taller trees cannot be added instead of raising the octagon height. I just don't. I don't. This is each time I see this project, it seems to be going the wrong direction, as far as I'm concerned. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Brasher.
Well, this is a new one for me after many, many years on the review board to see that kind of modeling study for aggregation of butterflies. I'm very happy to see all those mature trees being acknowledged and staying, because to me, that was the crown jewel of that property. And I want to see that preserved. So in that sense, I'm very glad that this has evolved this way. I too am struggling with the idea of the octagon getting taller to be part of this protective device for the butterflies. And this site plan is really telling to me the house to the lower, it's basically to the east of, on the next property. It's a petite Victorian, but it's, you know, it's a pretty good sized house. And it looks microscopic compared to the octagon. And, you know, the fact that it's moved forward toward the beach, that it's gotten taller, just further exaggerates. I'm afraid it's just so out of scale. I mean, look at the size of that house next door. They're really from two different worlds. I agree with the comments too about the layout of pedestrian versus vehicle is probably going to need to change quite a bit before all is said and done. I really like the accessory building. It looks great, and I'm glad to see it condensed into one, and, you know, encourage the native habitat that you're focused on throughout the property is a great thing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Richards.
I agree with the comments that the site layout needs to be studied more. And I think there's pieces that aren't being shown here, which are going to have to come in, which is like circulation around the house. You got stairways coming down from the deck of the house that don't seem to land anywhere. There's no parking. The pathway that's shown around that meadow almost looks to me like you could drive a car around it, which I have some concern that maybe somebody's intending to do that. I agree that the modeling that you guys did with the trees and everything is very impressive, and I've never seen anything like it. What a special sight to have all these butterflies come there. But you could probably make an argument that you could build a 50-foot tall wall in the location of that house and it would block better than the house would. So I don't know that it's just a great justification to make the house 2.5 feet taller. So I don't think it's a requirement to build the house taller to make the butterflies happy. But I think you set up a good argument for it with what you displayed. So I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think Alex brought up a good point in terms of rather than increase the height of the building, add more trees that would help to cut down on that wind break. So, and then I think, you know, again, and I take Val's point, I mean, just looking at the scale of this thing overall, and we alluded to it even at the last meeting in our second comment, and that was some members still believe the main residence is too large and has lost its intimacy. And I think this seems like it would have been a good opportunity to revert back to that initial size, which we all loved for the octagon, and plant more trees and just make it sort of feel more integrated into the site. So, and yeah, I think even that little ring pathway around the meadow, I mean, maybe that does need to be vehicular circulation just to make the site work better. So that may be a consideration, but I think circulation throughout, I mean, you already have a lot of existing paths. We're not showing them, so we don't know where those are, if they're going to be eliminated. You alluded to through the meadow, that's actually an orchard. There are paths which are going to remain, but we're not seeing them. So it seems like we just need more information on this plan, especially. And I think our recommendation would be to consider reverting back to the original design, and if not, then not to raise the height, but instead to add additional trees. Quick question: the fire turnaround, what is that paving material? Is that a gravel? Or
that would be a class 2 type of surfacing.
Okay, like a road base?
Yeah, like an aggregate.
Okay, so I guess I'm concerned then about the root zones of those existing trees. It looks like how will those be affected, especially if you're raising the grade in that area? How does the grading affect the existing trees, and how does the hammerhead turnaround affect the existing trees in the root system? So otherwise, I think That's all I have. Any last minute comments from anyone else?
Is the string line shown on here?
I don't think the string line is on
It's
this.
shown on the site plan, which is earlier in the set.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at that.
Yeah.
The fifth sheet, sheet 5.
Probably on, yeah. It's there, and then also, yeah.
Okay, and I can see why you moved it because of those trees behind it.
Yeah.
But if the octagon got smaller, you wouldn't actually.
Well, can we have Dan, our biologist, chime in on, because he's been doing analysis on the different approaches and the block that the building provides versus the trees, and basically how we're using the two of them together. Dan, do you mind addressing that?
So
no.
Can I interject real quick? So
yeah.
let's try to stay within the purview of the BAR. I think they've heard the biological argument. They're looking at it from an aesthetics standpoint.
And
if I may just add that it's very difficult to get trees that are over the ones we found.
Yeah.
And one of the important things to recognize about this site is that the conditions are important every year. So this has to be something that happens fairly quickly once the protection is removed. You have to have something that goes up there fairly quickly.
And buildings do that a lot faster than a tree will.
So
we're thinking about, the short-term gain for wind blocks and long-term enhancement of the property. And I think it actually is very essential to the design direction that we've taken as we've considered all the different options, is that the butterflies really are making the decisions for how do we develop this property best.
Yeah, I understand. And however, it hasn't changed all that much, at least the building. So I think you have our comments and we stand by them. And so we'd like to see some movement on.
Maybe it's a different. The octagon needs to change. It has to be a different building.
Yeah, perhaps the octagon.
It can be tall. It can be narrow. It can be do the blocking that you want, and it doesn't have to be so round. Maybe it's just a rectangle. I mean, you cannot have the.
I think that'd be a deal breaker for our client. Our client is very passionate about the style of architecture that they want here.
I understand that.
Another option would be to, start planting those trees now and get some big ones before you eliminate the existing structures, and just kind of work, together on, or do it in tandem with, or prior to demolition. So,
well, you're missing the point that we now have a habitat and we need a permit to do anything down there.
Even plant trees?
Even plant trees.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think you should leave the biology to the specialist.
Well, with all due respect, I'm a landscape architect and I kind of understand a bit about this myself. So, so if it requires a permit to plant more trees, get a permit and plant more trees. And, but, we're again looking at the aesthetics of this. And so we've made our comments, and that's where we stand. Alex Tuttle, do you need any clarification on those comments?
No, I think I got it. And where that leaves the applicant is they have two options. They can either look to make further changes to try to get your board support, or they can proceed to the zoning administrator and try to make their argument to the ZA as to the benefits and cost benefit analysis of design versus biological resources. So, we can have that discussion offline, but I think your comments are clear at this point.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add? Okay, very good. Thank you, guys. We'll see which direction you go next time. So I guess, we were here for further conceptual. We'll continue further conceptual. And so we'll see you next time. Thank you. Someone want to make a motion?
I make a motion to adjourn. Second.